back in the count. The swing arm now coming back as our countdown continues.
Good morning, everybody. And when I say morning, I mean morning. Hey, Ed, Akxion Figs, how are you?
Good. What's happening, man? What's happening?
Good. It's 6:47 here on the West Coast.
Yeah, you guys got the day off for Veterans Day or something?
We did, which is perfect. Thank you. I was just going to acknowledge that and say, happy Veterans Day to you.
Thank you.
You know, I know you've served, and can't even imagine what today's like for you. But yeah, and I guess I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah.
And you're a veteran of the toy struggle too.
Oh yeah.
So thank you for.
Just got my Horseman yesterday.
Oh, the retail one.
Yeah.
Did you open them up?
I haven't opened them yet. I mean, I took them out of the cellophane and looked at them, but man, he's so friggin' big you can't even fit them in there. But
that's awesome. Did you get the first?
No, I didn't get the first one.
Dude, that purple is so nice.
I wasn't into Mythic. Like I had just started hearing about them, after the first one had already come out, so I missed it. So
I didn't realize it was that recent.
Yeah.
Nice.
And then I got this yesterday as well, which is
ooh, yes.
Yeah.
Jacuzzi boy.
Yeah. He's got an awesome sculpt to him, man. I mean, like his face. Like if you think Gray Alien, this face is Gray Alien. I mean,
it's beautiful. And they were doing so yesterday was intern for a day at the Four Horsemen Studios. For those who aren't familiar, they do this thing. It's like Legions Weekend. So the Thursday before, so yesterday, they do this thing called Intern for a Day where folks who win a lottery get to actually visit the studio and hang out and kind of like walk around and meet people and see everything there. And they get little like workshops with like Nate Barch and the painters there. And I think Trevor does a thing. It's just cool. Like you're part of the studio, which is wild to me. Can you imagine like one of the busiest weekends of your work year and like you're like, hey, let's bring everybody into our workspace?
It's probably the best for them though, because they probably already had everything set up, right? So it's really just going to the show.
Yeah.
The guys that are doing the Legions Con aren't the ones running the show. They probably have a PR guy or something that's handling the majority of that stuff. So, and then they got a ton of people coming in.
Yeah,
they got a ton of people coming in
small
for it,
operation. Right? Yeah, except it is a tiny operation. It's
sure.
Jeremy doing the marketing thing, and from all accounts, it seems like it's a pretty busy time. But like, it's also paid.
Oh, I'm sure it's crazy, but I mean, like, what better time to do it? You get it all done in one weekend, and then you're done, right?
Yeah, and I think what I hear from them a lot is just like it's a celebration. It's like we get to bring people in and like turn this into like a real deal Holyfield kind of I don't know where that's coming from, but a whole.
It's sad that the big guys aren't doing it anymore, right? I mean,
yeah. Well, yeah.
Even like the big publishing companies, like what was it used to be? Wizard Magazine used to have all their Wizard cons. They had like several of them a year, right? I mean, you just don't see those anymore.
Part of me misses Wizard. Part of me, that thing. Well, listen, like since you brought it up, I got my first hella dope toy. Oh, there's address and stuff.
You couldn't see it, so it's all good.
But look, it's got Ted. So I got my first order from Hella Dope, finally packaged like the Instagram post says.
Yes.
Look at that, packed with love.
Yep.
Dun, dun, dun. I got myself.
Did you get one too?
Oh, not the gray. So I actually, I was like, no, I need to pass on the second book of Cosmic Legions. So in my head, I totally passed. And then I get an email saying, oh, the one fig that you got from like a totally random, a place that I don't shop at regularly.
Yeah.
That I guess at one point I'd went back and bought a figure, and then I said, oh, well, I'll pre-order this wave too. So I've got that one coming soon, but then I was like, you know what? I saw the reviews. I'm like, F it. I've been wanting to buy something from Hella Dope anyway. So this is actually my first Hella Dope purchase.
Yeah.
Yes. And I love this guy as is. Everything looks great, but I'm really looking to put a different head into that amazing suit. Even though, look at that.
Suit sculpt
that
looks amazing.
Yeah. All right. Before we get started, let's do a quick one. It's 6:52. Behind me is that, and I'll kind of walk us through. I've kind of tried to set things up so we can sort of watch. I'm hoping the Four Horsemen don't get too upset if I, restream some of this stuff, but we'll see. They're cool. What's up, Thanos? Thanos and I are actually over on the actual stream, which is the link is in the description, and I'll put it in here as well, because yeah. Sorry. Or I can, I'll tell you this story in a second. Grab it when I see ya. Okay. Sorry. That was me securing a Vorgus Vermilius 2 from Adam Highly Articulated, who finally was able to get back to me, and he's traveling. He's on his way to Legions Con too.
Yeah, that's right. He's going there. That's right.
But he's like, yeah, I'll send it with someone in California. It'll be cheaper to ship to you. And I was like, or when I see you in about 2 weeks, because I'm actually going up to Vancouver, and I think we worked it out so that he and the family will be able to connect. So
cross the mountain, as he says.
Yeah, I think so. I think they've decided as a family. So I was like, okay. Anyway, it was Amanda's, his partner's idea, he says. So he's like, so
that's
we're doing
good,
it.
right? Good to have that kind of support.
Yes. So that was in real time, me securing my Vorgus. Yeah, it is Thanos. Yeah, let's see if we're going to be able to financially recover from this weekend. Because speaking of Adam, they just finally pulled the curtain back on the Void.
Yeah, I know. I just saw that picture. Jeez.
And maybe we'll bounce around because this is not going to be a short day. So we'll hang out. It's a long stream. I don't know if you've watched these before, but this was my butt. I was here on the couch that's on the other side of this, screaming while I was seeing the Necronominus reveal. Anyway, sorry, real quick. Chris, good to see you. Yes, before your meeting. What do you mean during your meeting? In the background, quietly. Hey, that's you, John. What's going on? Thank you. We got like a small but mighty crew. Awesome to see folks here. What's going on? Fat Red Foo. All right. Yeah. So, it says video frozen. No. Yes. No. Hopefully we're good. We're talking, saying our hellos, warming up. Sorry, it's still 6:55 here, so I haven't still made it past a decent hour. You got your provisions, by the way?
I got a thermos full of coffee. I'm good.
Yeah. Got some water. Oh yeah, look, I've got my Brick Something mug.
Nice.
Stickers, man. Okay. So real quick, and I know they're going to get started soon. There's 94 waiting. Wait, live in 24 minutes. Well, whatever. It looks like they needed more time. Perfect. Hey, Nick, what's going on? Nick Doobs. How's it going? Are you not going to yeah. Oh, I just sort of assumed you'd be at Legions Con. Maybe you are. Maybe you're just watching the stream with the rest of us. Okay, so here's the rundown. G-Con, for those of you that aren't familiar, as I was starting to say, they do intern for a day on the Thursday before they open up the shop. There's been pictures coming out. you know, it's been nice, and we'll talk more about that on Sunday's news. I'm doing that with Thanos and Oz, where we're kind of like do the sad boy coverage of for those of us that weren't able to attend. And then so that's Thursday. Sorry, I'm all over the place. Today is G-Con. The Friday before Legions Con proper is G-Con, where they always reveal the newest wave, the proper wave, right? We've gotten like the All-Stars wave before this, and of course some other things, but this is always this is the next big Mythic Legions release. Last year was Necronominus, which is what we were talking about earlier when I was sitting here looking at this screen and in this room by myself. My kids are over there like, what's he yelling about? And they check in every now and then. I was like, look, skeletons, skeleton horse, skeleton creature. And so today, I assume it's maybe bear or I don't know, a couple of other great like cool things. Do you have any thoughts?
I was
about
excited just about seeing that art picture that they posted
yes,
for the thing, right? The one that's behind
absolutely
your head right now. That thing is gorgeous.
Nate
I
Barch,
love that hero character, right? I don't know if he's a dwarf or that guy.
Attilis. Am I saying that right? Attilis? Yeah. And Stormforger. What is her name? Oh, we'll get to it. Actually, here, let's do this properly. Let's let's take a look at where is Source Horseman. All right. So yeah, why don't we start this way? Sorry, folks. Again, it's still real early. So share. I clicked it. All right. So this is the Source Horseman website, Mythic Legions. Let's go down to factions and characters, because today, for those of you who don't know, Mythic Legions takes place in a world called Mythos, and in Mythos, there's a sort of ongoing battle that has existed forever. And I actually think I could take you through some of the quick lore, but these are the two factions, kind of the off the beaten path. Not the sort of main factions involved. The House of the Noble Bear, Atlas, not Attilis, Atlas, led by Atlas, that dude. Sort of like they fight for generally the forces of good, but they're not these are, as it says here, these aren't the proper armies. These are the ragtag collection, right? The good scum and the good villainy, if you will. And then you've got the Sons of the Red Star that are actually kind of the more bad or maybe chaotic scum and chaotic villainy assassins. But they're not necessarily tied like to one of the sort of more traditional evil armies. So yeah, it's kind of like it's the punk rock side of Mythos, basically. So yeah, let's do this real quick since it looks like they've got a while. So this is actually something I put together for Legions class over on Oz's channel, that we kind of used to kind of break down the basics, right? So forgive me, it was
look at that video editing. Wow,
Legions class. So it looks like we might be going live over here because I'm hearing audio all of a sudden. Give me a second. Do you have the stream up as well? Oh, yeah, it's coming. I don't know why it hasn't kicked in over here, but yeah, they're currently playing a commercial. And again, I do want to I don't want to steal their thunder, so that's not what this is about. So oh, you're actually seeing it right now. So like I said, I don't want to steal their thunder. So if you're interested in checking all that out, I'm going to put in the link right now. So that is the link to the Four Horsemen stream. We'll be looking at it on a different version of the screen while we're doing our thing, but I'll sort of bounce in and out so that yeah. You don't happen to hear this, do you?
I don't hear
audio. Perfect. Yeah, I don't want that. Okay. Because again, I'm not going to play the audio from their stream. I don't know. I feel a little odd. So, yeah, I suggest bringing that up. But let me give you the real quick rundown as they're doing their intros. This is Mythos. This is where the world takes place. The gods create the place. One god gets jealous and starts creating these evil creatures that then go down, and conflict ensues. I'll start there. These are the main factions that you're seeing popping up on the screen. Each of these cool logos designed, of course, by Nate Barch. And then, as I mentioned, the last two, the House of the Noble Bear and the Sons of the Red Star. That's what this current wave that we're going to hear about today is based on. And I want to see if I can get to the factions. I don't think I have the factions. Yeah, maybe not.
The way they set this whole world up, though, this whole figure line is you could easily adapt this to like a Dungeons and Dragons role-playing game.
Oh, absolutely. And I really do feel like
I mean, I'm sure it was intentional, but I mean, it's just...
Oh, yeah. I don't know if it's intentional. I was just going to say, I feel like that's a huge part of who's involved in...
oh, for sure.
Right? Involved in this. Because I think when these figures came out, people are like, what are these toys? Oh, it's just not going. Yeah, I think a lot of these folks were like our D&D fans. I keep thinking about folks who like customize the minis and stuff.
Yeah.
And I just feel like it's a perfect crossover to be like, what? Like, what are these figures? And I see all these, like the customizing game amongst Legions folks, Legions fans is deep. So
if you think about it, though, before Mythic Legions started pumping out and becoming popular, there really wasn't much out there for barbarian, warrior, that type of, action figures. I mean, you'd see them once in a while pop up, but not, like we get a steady flux of them in now, right?
Yeah, totally. Like more than steady, right? Like every third party is like, whoa. Yeah. And so I keep thinking like that same crew came over and maybe started buying more action figures as well as the action figures fans. And I think it's just built this dope community.
I can tell you that NECA and Hasbro probably wouldn't have pulled the trigger on Dungeons and Dragons figures if it wasn't for Mythic Legions.
Yeah.
NECA might have touched it, but Hasbro definitely wouldn't have. They were trying to cash in.
Yep.
Pulled the wrong trigger.
Let me just quickly sort of show folks who's in this right now, because it'll probably come into play. Again, here is the sort of leader, Atlas the Conqueror. There's lore behind it.
That picture's supposed to be him. The drawing, and that's who that drawing is.
This is him. Yep.
Oh, okay. I like
Atlas
that guy.
the Conqueror.
Yeah.
Not a cheap figure.
No.
And then, but that's what today's about. Is they're going to be revealing this wave that's of both a mashup of both of these factions, and just like with N.E.W.S, it's going to give us a new, more current look at some of these characters and potentially version 2s. And so for those of us who weren't around when a lot of these toys came out, and they're not cheap figures now, we're probably going to get another bite at the apple for some of these characters, right? A lot of folks in the Cabal are, pointing out, well, hey, this character, this is the other character that was on that promo image, Scapular. So people are hoping that there'll be another version of him, because both him and Atlas are not cheap figures to grab.
Well, that's the nice thing that I think Mythic Legions does, and they do it well, is that they realize that the line is growing. Mm-hmm. And in order to keep the line growing and attract new audiences and keep it attracting, is you have to get people the new stuff, but the new people in also have to be able to grab the old stuff. Mm-hmm. And that's where a lot of lines fail. They just, keep moving forward and they give repaints and stuff, but it's not, the core character maybe with a different color pants or something, right?
Right. Just, with battle armor.
Different armor, right, exactly.
With Thunder Punch feature.
Right.
With Dragon Blast. No, right. Totally. Yeah, and I think they definitely
with spinning damage that gets worse every time you hit it.
They've been around the block for sure, and they know how to sort of like they get the toy game, and
Yeah.
The fans are very loud, very vocal, so they know what people are wanting. Like a lot of these are like must get characters. Some of these, as if you haven't noticed, like Keltis here and Mephitor, and then over in the House of the Noble Bear, you got Adamon here. They're Motu tribute figures. Adamon and Dorina over here. They're Shira.
Yep.
So that's sort of their it's kind of neat to see them embedded into these two factions, which is kind of perfect. I actually hadn't put two and two together, but that's kind of hilarious that these are my two favorite factions, right? It's like, oh yeah, this is also kind of the Motu faction thing going on with clearly, Skeletor on this side and He-Man on the other. Speaking of the other thing, with this wave, the bear and the House of the Noble Bear and the Sons of the Red Star. It's a very California wave too. So I'm over here in San Francisco, right? And it's like there's the bear, there's the Red Star, and yeah.
Oh yeah, that's pretty funny. I never even put that together.
Right? I did because I'm a big old nerd. What's going on, Ray? Yeah, I tried to post it in the community tab, and I'll be honest, till last night, I didn't know this was happening either. I was like, hey, Ed, let's do this. I'm going to be sitting here watching it anyway. So, and I'm glad Ed was able to join me. All right. So they're getting started. They're doing their intros. There's Jeremy Gerard, who and looks like they're bringing on a barbarian right now. But he's their marketing person. He's the one who's going to be they're all going to be really busy, but he especially, like, this is his show. Man, these guys are great. I love it. That's part of the fun here too. Okay. What am I trying to get at? All right. Oh, they're already starting. So I'm gonna jump in here and I'm gonna let's go see. First character.
Damn.
I don't know why, but man, the first thing I looked at was that soft goods for some reason.
Damn.
Oh, hey, look, everyone's comments down there. Didn't intend for that.
That reminds me of that one that Joe G just posted up the other day. Did you see that one with the white
custom
cloth
with
or whatever?
Yeah. Yes. Man, these photos too. That's Trevor, man.
So
1-6 doing his. Whoo!
I could take that picture. I'll have enough snow here soon. What's up, Will?
How's it going? Oh, Ray, yeah. So again, I don't want to take away from the Four Horsemen's deal. So if you want to pull up there, I should copy that. How do I copy that? I suggest pulling up their stream, maybe in a second tab. Let's get them, and then you can join their chat too. That's going on. That's pretty live.
Thanos, what is snow?
Yeah, Thanos is in a particularly warm part of the House of the Noble Bear, Red Star State.
Man, look at that figure, though. Jeez.
Man, look at the back of that.
Yeah, right? God.
I'm going to turn off the chat over here. Look at that soft goods, though, man. See, Jessam.
Like, I love like some of the Mythic Legion shields that they do that are just like so intricate, but I really love the way they do just the basic traditional, wood with the metal band type ones, right? I mean, that
especially that one, yeah, because of the texture and the paint. Yeah. I'll tell you, the ones that earlier I was showing you Scapular, and he had kind of like the flat printed shields. Those were cool, but now they're replacing them with that cool like sculpted one.
Yeah,
I like those a lot better, but this shield, I love the texture of it. Yeah, so if you're listening to the stream, this is what they do, right? They'll reveal each of the figs, gorgeous 1/6 shooter Trevor Williams photos. They'll show us things like this with the alt heads. Man, look at that head.
Oh, he's got a spear. Damn. Now wait a minute. Does he have two different arms? Look at that one. Doesn't have sleeves.
Probably have different parts. Let's see. Man, I'm still stuck on the soft goods. Look at the weave on the soft good. I don't know if you can see it. It's cool looking. Curvy spear. No, I'm just kidding. That's a great pauldron too. It's got that like woven. Yeah, so they're kind of talking about how like, which is what I'm picking up on too, is these new versions of the figures, like probably for the last last 3 waves since Poxus really, it's just been like a feast of brand new parts.
Oh yeah.
Right. So like all of this are new sculpts. Yeah, he's saying that the arms are new. Yes, they're still like they have muscular arms, but this is a brand new sculpt. Man.
But they've also redesigned the elbows. You can see just in that spear throwing hand that elbow bends farther than some of their older figures did.
And also this pauldron's in the way, so don't know if it could even go a little further. Did I hear him right? For those of you that might be listening, did he just say that there's a mid-calf boot cut? If so, that's huge. Right here, in addition to, the knee. Wow.
Well, it'd be simple to do, right? That boot
at that cut
is a prime place to cut it, right? It'll give people the option because they know they're trying to make them all more pop and swap, right? Because that's what everybody's doing with them. So why not just offer another piece where people can pop boots on? And
yep, Danielson. Yep, mid calf boot cut, baby.
Damn,
getting increased articulation on our Legions figures.
Oh, he comes with 2 sets of horns for his helmet too.
Yeah,
that is insane.
You got this. You got this.
Yeah,
you got.
Look at that head, dude. Holy shit. Damn.
This is what it's gonna be, folks. So maybe we'll talk, but it's gonna be like a damn. Whoa! Wah! I love this, man. I love that they take the time to do these and really like create the slides and the fonts.
Get 5
like
jobs.
Graphic design
one of my
nerd
kids.
in me. The graphic design nerd in me just appreciates the like typography that brings us into Mythos, and then they switch it up for Cosmic. I'm a sucker for fur, man, on my figures. Yeah, he's reading this right now.
Shit,
there are a few places on the map of Mythos more inhospitable than the icy reaches of Bjorngar. And again, by design, I'm thinking, folks, if you want to check out the Four Horsemen stream, the way I recommend is, again, go into the link that I just posted, listen into it, maybe even watching it, and you can listen to us occasionally. Like we're just chilling in the room with you because we're going to watch and listen at the same time.
People are going to be all over this wave when it comes out with a new articulation and new sculpts and everything.
God. I hope so. There's a lot of folks who, particularly on the articulation tip, really are like, struggle with Legions figures.
I laugh so hard at that because, you're not much younger than I am. And we grew up playing with 5 points of articulation, never complained. Now we're like, oh, the toes don't bend and it doesn't have 7 joints on the ankle. I'm like,
yep. Morning. Hey, streaming early. That's my youngest. He's like, what? Yeah, do you remember how excited we got when we could do this with our GI Joes?
Right. When
Swivel arm battle grip.
yeah. I remember I got Falcon, and it was like the first figure Joe made that could actually like I had that could cross his arms and actually hold a weapon like an actual weapon was supposed to be held with two hands, right?
I don't remember. I just don't particularly remember trying to get him to do that. That was late too.
Yep.
Yeah, Falcon. Man, such oof.
So I guess he does have bare arms. It just looked like there were sleeves on that. He just has bare arms. That's all.
House of the Noble Bare Arms. Yeah, it was probably the pauldrons maybe because
Yeah.
his pauldrons hang low.
Yeah.
This is really cool because folks who are really into the House of the Noble Bear haven't seen figures in such a long time. The same with Sons of the Red Star. You're talking about your shield. That's a brand new shield, apparently.
Yeah, it looks different as far as the way it's designed and stuff, but similar but different.
Yeah, I mean, seriously, like the thing with this line is like as time goes on, which is true of most action figures, but as time goes on, they really just keep up in their game. You know, I look at a Legion's figure and I'm always blown away at the level of sculpt and paint.
Yeah.
And you're like, okay, this is it. This is what we're gonna get. Just fine. Repeat and give us. But nah, they keep like, hey, let's add in this articulation or let's do
And
this new
the good
part
thing is like
scheme.
with that boot cut articulation, it doesn't take away from the sculpt because there's already a seam there, right? And I
Right.
think that's one thing that they really focus on is that they're giving you enough articulation without detracting from the sculpt.
Yeah.
It's like I was watching It's Chad the other night, and he had on Kirk Bogzignian from the old, the guy that was responsible for Real American Hero and stuff. He was Hasbro marketing back then.
Yep.
And he was talking about how like the sculpt of a lot of the figures look really good, but him and Chad were also talking about how like some of the figures have so much articulation that it actually detracts from the sculpt. And I think Horsemen have put a nice, a good amount of articulation without detracting from the sculpt at all.
Yeah, it's smart where they sort of, like you said, choose where to put the articulation and kind of hide things. It's perfect right there. And yeah, same philosophy. When was that that G.I. Joe talk with the Chad?
Wednesday.
Okay, I haven't seen that. That sounds right. Yeah, sorry, I should check in with folks. They make weapon specs. They are starting to do like more accessories, but not quite. Have they done weapons?
I wouldn't call them
They
weapons.
have.
They're more like gear packs because they have
Yep.
weapons and helmets, and then they have
And
the
if
accessory pack like head packs and wing packs too. But
yeah, Ray says that sounds like him. He's an articulation snob. Yeah, if I could get it on every figure, that would be great. Just that I don't let it hinder me when there's other parts, aspects of a figure that I love, right? Like I was just shooting this Tron figure or this Flynn figure from Tron. Diamond Select.
My thing with articulation is if the articulation is there, I want it to work. If it's not there, I don't miss it, right? I mean, like I can take a Mythic Legions and put them in a picture and have them do just as good a picture as taking a classified or Valiverse figure that have 100,000 points of articulation, and it's just how you pose them.
It is. It's all in how you pose them. They're doing Viking chants right now.
I love the costume.
Yeah, I'll just say like I love the articulation. If I could get it in every figure, fantastic. If it's gonna mess with the sculpt, like some of the Revoltech stuff back in the day or current stuff, I'd rather not have it. But
Well, like the War Bear, you have a War Bear, I have a War
I do.
Bear, right? That thing has great articulation, and you can't ask for anything more because the figure's gigantic. It wouldn't even hold itself up if you put in more cuts in places, right? You gotta give and take a little bit.
Hey, good to see
Hey,
you,
Travis, what's happening, brother?
I saw your post, man. Hope you're doing well. Tough
Yeah.
decisions, it sounds like, but
Yeah, Travis had
you
his
do what you
back
got to
out.
do.
Poor Travis and Oz, they talked about Legions Con for a long time and then have had it both back out.
Yeah, I can't even wrap my head around it. I left Star Wars for G.I. Joe because of articulation, no regrets. I hear you there. If you can, why not enjoy both? Oh man,
G.I. Joe is a
sorry.
cultural phenomenon.
It really was.
I mean, when Real American Hero came out, I mean, it was a cultural phenomenon back in the 60s when it came out, and then it did it again in the 80s, you know? It's like,
I'm glad this is coming across, Ray. Seriously, you should have seen me last year. It's wild. Does no one work around here? Says a punk with toys. Man, aren't we we're gutter punks, man. We're just give us money. No,
yeah.
it's
Well, at
Veterans
least we're
Day,
not
man.
at
It's a
work.
holiday.
We're not at work, scamming the system, checking out our YouTube channels like somebody here.
Well, like a proper punk would.
Right.
Yeah, no, it's Veterans Day, so I actually get the day off. So I appreciate them for doing this on Veterans Day. So I love the commentary. Yeah, plus it was mainly this, but I also didn't want to be in your way if you're trying to look over my shoulder. Right on, man. I'm good. He says, bummed out. The product just wasn't ready. Everything I had tested good until it was time to do some final testing on the product and getting ready to package. Yeah, man. People will wait for it to be the way you want it to be. So.
Yeah. That's what I told them last night, man. Don't go launching a new product with quality issues. You better wait, put the best thing out there and build from that point, right? People will wait. It all comes down to communication.
Absolutely. Because you don't want to put something out that's not ready and then deal with the backlash of that. So people will respect it.
You don't recover from that. And if you do, it's years down the road, and it's a lot of work and a lot of effort just to get to where you could have been by waiting 2, 3 weeks, 4 weeks.
Yep. So they're talking there. It's really cool because there are actually people in the audience. So part of this whole thing is, the folks from Intern for a Day are people that are Legions Con. For those of them that can fit into this room, and my understanding is that this is actually happening at the hotel where Legions Con is at this year.
So they're basically doing a panel.
Not always the case. Yeah, it's not always the case that they have the space for that. They didn't do that last year. It was in a different venue, I believe. So they're doing that this year. Whoever can fit in, I assume, is there. You can hear them in the background, and they pull folks up to help with the reveals. So it's Emil Wickman, and I wasn't paying attention to who else, but oh God, what's his name? Folks from Sweden, right? And Emil Wickman, one of the known quantities when it comes to Mythic Legions customs and action figure design in general.
He's a cool guy.
So it's always kind of cool because they bring up the fans and the people in the community to come up and help reveal a figure.
I love that picture of that dude in the snow, man. I'm going to blow that up in poster size and hang it on my wall.
I'm looking over here because over here it's like teeny tiny, which is, again, by design, because you should be watching this. Like, this Four Horsemen, man, visuals for days. They're artists, and so you got to see this stuff. And then they hire folks like Nate Barch, an amazing artist, all their amazing painters. They hire
Trevor for photography.
Yeah, Trevor for photography. So it's like you gotta actually look at the real deal stuff on their streams. So loving the posing too. This is like, these are all paint masters that don't move, and so he's got to be real careful with them not to break them. Look at all that detail on that beard.
The beard's two different colors in that, right? One's red, one's kind of blondish.
Right. Yeah,
Yeah.
you're right. I didn't clock that. Yeah, two completely different people, I guess.
Yeah, well,
It's a
that gives
named
you-
character. It's a named character, so I don't know. I mean, my beard's looking a little lighter than it used to be.
Well, it's good because it gives you an alternate if you want to make a second guy for that faction, right? That's you can name yourself.
Sure, just buy two.
Yep.
No, totally.
If you can pick them up at Mythic Legions price for $37, it's not bad.
Yeah, folks are messaging.
Yeah, look at that, man. Look at that beard.
I love the cool helmeted heads.
Yeah, for sure.
But I wish that it would be more of a thing to give us like a helmeted head and an unhelmeted head. That's just me.
Yeah.
Like, because I'm posing them up or on display, or I'm assuming for you in photos, like it would be kind of cool to, what happened. You're not wearing that thing all the time.
Yeah. It makes it tough when you're doing photos like a dio, right? Because like a lot of these Mythic Legions collectors build those like taverns and stuff, and you're not going to be sitting in a tavern with your war helmet on, that makes it.
It depends.
I mean, I guess you would, but
it depends on the tavern,
no? Right? Exactly what I was thinking. I guess you could, but at least this helmet he can still drink a mug of ale or meat out of with his helmet on and not have to worry about it.
The other beard looks like random.
Yeah.
Random Dio's got a figure now. Ooh. Sorry, I'm hearing some. Wow.
Look at the sculpt on that buckle at the bottom there. I mean, that is just amazing.
They're talking about that there's a full face sculpt underneath that other head. And I might have missed it. Thanos is a much better listener than I am. Thanos, did you happen to catch that? What did they?
So the helmet comes off?
That it was, yeah, they said essentially like it was they were talking about it like it was a face plate. It didn't sound like it was an easily removable thing, but customizers essentially could do that, like pull it out.
Yeah, he said they said it was a face plate, I think. So he wasn't listening either. He was too enthralled with the pictures. That's interesting, though.
Yeah.
I wonder.
Eric, head of the studio, or actually, I don't know how. I assumed he was. If he's not, sorry, but talking about the modularity, like that was always built into these figures, and this is essentially he's talking about added modularity. So I assume, yeah, it's a removable faceplate, like some of the newer figures are, which is awesome. I'd love to see.
That guy looks so beefy with the pauldrons and that cloak on. And then when they show him without it, he's like, it looks like a standard size figure. So like with those two heads, if you did get two, you could essentially have two totally different looking characters and no one would even know that it was based on the same figure without doing a lot of work. Yeah.
That'd be great to get. articulation on that cut right there. But that's additional piece with full, tooling. He's saying what you're saying, like, they're talking about updating these old parts or creating new parts, and that there is more bend. Additional skin texture they're talking about, but yeah, I could see that. I don't know where the connection point is. I wish they'd show that, but it probably, again, this is a prototype.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's a paint master. It probably doesn't even show up in there because that head's probably sculpted all as one.
Sorry, the soft goods. I'm like,
I know.
I don't usually go for like a full soft goods thing unless it's really well done, tailored, maybe some wiring to give it texture. But when you mix in sculpted pieces like that with that occasional, like, here's a little piece of fur, here's that. Yeah,
Horsemen do it perfect, right? Like Dubon's cape was perfect. It was a perfect match to the molded plastic head. Like this guy. This one here, he's got just the soft goods here that have wire in it, so you could actually make it look like his thing is blowing in the wind, even though it's pinched, against the plastic piece.
That's the Zerlernian.
Yeah,
guard.
Yeah, that's shield is figure. Awesome.
Yes, and that one can pop out.
Yep.
That's what I mean. Like those new additions, that modularity, that before that would have just been a flat thing that they printed on.
Yeah, that's like seriously 3D sculpted. It's crazy.
Hey, Ted. Thank you for sending me my figure. I'm just happy to get my first hella dope purchase. Came in beautifully, well packed.
I have my 4th box arriving from Hella Dope today.
You're hardcore. Give this man a rewards program, Ted.
He did. He put me to work. Made me his moderator.
Man, and even just all the texture and the cloth, like you're saying, Dubon, like his undergarment, so good.
Yeah, like all look when I first put the soft goods cloak on Dubon and then popped his head back on. Mm-hmm. If you don't go and actually look close, you cannot tell that the hood is sculpted and the actual cape is cloth. They're that good.
Yeah, they're talking about intern for a day. Yeah, you're totally right. Quick glance, you're like, yeah, no.
I've had Dubon was my first Mythic Legions figure.
Okay.
And I've had him out so many times for photographs, and I never take his bird with him. I'm like, I should get that bird and take it, and then I never do.
I wonder how modular. They said modular. I want to find out more about that faceplate, but this can be pulled out too. This head can be pulled out from that cloak.
Yeah.
Not intentionally. You'd have to pull apart the glue, but so I wonder how that's going to work.
Yeah, you could definitely heat it up and pop the glue out.
Dubin. So again, man, it's so cool. This is the other thing I just love about Mythic Legions is the community. We talk about it all the time. You go on the Cabal, you see it, and people talking, and then here they are in person again with the folks from Sweden. You got Emil here. They're talking about like them having a table. It's kind of like, this is their big stream before, and they're letting you know that these folks are there going to be selling stuff too. It's like a real community vibe. It's not like just buy from us at the Four Horsemen table and ignore everyone else. Such a cool way. They bring folks on and feature them, so folks get to know them. Who's next? Oh, some toy tubers. Guessing Toy Bro and Dorklair.
Yeah.
Orange background. Jared and Bill. Yeah, I'm also out of sync. This is on the computers a little quicker than this is.
It's Toy Bro and who? I know Toy Bro.
Bill from Dark Lair.
Oh, Dork Lair. Yeah.
So they're joking around because Jared got Bill in as his +1 for intern for a day yesterday. Because it's a tight raffle.
Yeah.
And Bill didn't get in, and you're allowed to have a +1. I don't know if y'all see his shirt. It's like a Frankenstein action figure with a Skeletor head, a Panthro body, torso, I think a Lionel arm, a Ninja Turtles pauldron. It's kind of cool. That's Bill. Another fellow public high school nerd toy tuber. Yeah, man. I do the unboxings and stuff, but then I'm always like, I always tell folks, like, if you want a really good review, go check out these two guys because they're solid. It's like for them, it's just like a well-oiled machine. They run you through the paces, like just really well. Chris from the studio, who is also got his own line now in the D13. The sort of like Bible-based figures.
Is he doing he's doing, what the hell's that called? Is it D13?
Yeah, D13.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he just said, yeah, welcome to D13 Con. But he's also like, he's been in the industry for a while, worked with NECA. So he does their production management stuff. So he's the one working with the factories and just getting all the logistics together. And
yeah, that's another thing you think about, right? We're at such a weird time in the world that we have 3 different lines of biblical inspired action figures.
Right.
It's crazy. Who would have thought, right? I remember back in the 90s.
I got a friend named Manisha. Nice. Manisha Cinderhorn.
What an awesome name.
Yeah, she's oh, speaking of Dubon.
Damn.
It's very Dubon-esque with both the cloak and
I bet you it's the same hood.
let's see. Yeah, it looks oh, they put the figure on and like, I don't know if something broke off. Oh man.
It's like you said, right? If they pop that face out, put a new face on, you got a whole new character.
Yep. It's the same for there's a vampire one as well. Oh yes. She's a shadow elf, blue-skinned elf.
Yeah.
Tight. Same crossbow. I bet there's a lore connection between her and the Ranger Dubon.
Yeah, for sure.
Because that's why, like a Ranger's cloak and.
Yeah, because Dubon's a ranger and a vampire hunter, right? So, and he's got the crossbow. She's got the same cloak and the same crossbow. So.
Mm-hmm. Again, folks, if you're not watching on their stream, this here is faded and doesn't look good. The thing that's on the main stream, our stream, is small. Go check it out on Four Horsemen. Ted says, at least we can pronounce that name.
I know that. I was just going to laugh because before Ted even said that, when they name these Mythic Legions characters, right? They go through and do like the their typical warrior, Viking, barbarian type names that we're all familiar with, elf names and stuff, right?
Yep.
When they did Cosmic Legions, I think they had their kid sitting in front of the refrigerator with a bunch of those magnets and was just like mess it up, and yep, that's the name.
Novion Legion.
Yeah. Like this guy, right? Aeus Cryptor. What is
Right.
it? Siptian. I don't even know how to say that.
Can I see it again? Oh, Sipidion is how I've heard the people of this
Is
say.
that how they say it?
Sipidion. Yeah. I've just heard them pronounce it that way. Yeah, again, even with these are brand new 2.0 parts. So 2.0 being the thinner buck and the woman buck. Same thing, mid calf cut. That's huge.
Yeah.
Again, that mix of the.
They were saying about that one Cosmic Legion that she was the first female character to come with like standard brown boots, right? And they said at that point in time that you could pop them off, but they weren't actually articulation points, so they must have been adhesive at that point. So
probably that's the blue skinned.
Yep. Yeah, I can't think of her name. It's probably on the back of this box that I have here in front of me. Zirian Spire, yeah. But those boots are the same boots that are on the Xylerian Guard, just his have the armor sculpted over top of them. But I bet you that's one of the things that led them to do this, because so many people wanted to be able to put regular boots.
Yeah.
This is like you said, we were talking about with the dios, right? If you're setting up a dio, you don't want your guy to always be in armor, right? And guys that are like assassins aren't probably going to wear armored boots because they got to be quiet and they want to be able to move. And is that a bird she's got too? What is that in the top corner?
No, these are alta heads.
Oh, that's a head. Okay.
3 heads, uncloaked. This is
it's got the hair behind it.
Zirian, yeah, Zirian Spire, I believe, came with that same head.
Yeah.
This looks familiar, but I don't recognize the braid on this side. But there are heads that look like that, like the. Not Alithia. Is it Alithia? I'm blanking. I'm also distracted, dude. Look at that, this staff, that paint job on that.
Is that the
almost
staff
like a Chris
tip?
sword?
Is that the staff tip at the top?
This one
above the sword.
This?
Yeah.
No, it's like a container. Like in the Philippines, they're like bamboo containers.
Oh, okay.
It was on her belt.
Oh, okay.
All the hands. These hands we've seen before. Yeah, hold on. They're talking about the heads. That this is a repaint. Man. She's got that one.
Yeah. That sword reminds me of the one guy from Dungeons and Dragons LJN line had that sword. I can't remember which one it was.
The snake.
Yeah.
Wait, the Grimsword did the LJN make a Grimsword?
Yeah.
Back in the day? Okay. Yeah, it's like the Moro, the Chris swords that they have in the South in the Philippines. A cool knife. I want to say that came with a little orc too. Oh, Jesus. So they don't have shots of, if you're not listening, with the alternate heads, because they just got this prototype to Trevor in New York on Monday. So he just turned these shots around for this.
Yeah, that's definitely DuPont's hood. Different head in there.
So she's ready for the pandemic.
Yep. That's how I dressed when I was during the pandemic.
The youngest daughter of Malachi Cinderhorn. Don't know who that is. But Malachi and Manisha, huh? Names from our world. Yeah, she aligned herself with the Sons of the Red Star as a way to prove to her father that her people should focus on their own self-interests over fealty to a decaying god. So the larger lore is about these sort of forces of evil, and they're like the essentially the skeletons, and they're actually following the four horsemen of essentially the apocalypse, right?
Yep.
And so again, this faction is kind of like, hey, we shouldn't be following them. We should be doing our own thing. So it's true to form as to why I love these two these two factions. There's that thing, container thing.
Yep. So is Malachi another figure in this wave, or is Malachi going to be coming later?
I have no idea. Yeah, good question. Well, perhaps not, because yeah, I don't recognize the name, but Malachite sounds like is loyal to one of the other factions, to
That's
Poxus.
true. That's right. Yeah.
So,
or he could be dead in the lore now. We wouldn't know.
do you happen to have any older figures that have the older non-wired soft goods? Okay, man. Like that's the thing with Legions. Like folks want to go back, and I'm not a big completist at all, and you really shouldn't be if you're into Mythic Legions. But I don't know, man. I always tell folks like, don't look back. Maybe one or two, but like the soft goods on the old figures were really kind of like,
I get like if you want to go back and get like the He-Man inspired, Motu inspired figures, right? Because you're a Motu fan or whatever. But those are expensive, so good luck. But I mean, I get that, right? But like people are always, I want to go back and get, this. I'm like, I don't even go back and get the toys that I had as a kid. Whatever survived. What didn't.
I'm the same. I'm the same because I'm just like, there's so many new things that like I can't do them all.
Yep.
Yeah, man, I love the alt heads too, Thanos. Like, imagine all the stuff that you can do. Get the armored legs underneath. Just cool sculpts. Very like these particularly remind me of like Insectoid or
I was
like
just gonna say that
Scorpion.
whole chest plate
Insectoid.
looks very crustacean or whatever, arachnid, something.
Yep. Yeah, I was thinking Sectars, totally
Yeah.
like that insect vibe.
And that face mask matching definitely adds to that.
That pop, right? That color pop right there. Yeah, man. Four Horsemen. I mean, they're artists, they're designers, and they've been doing this for a while. And I know they're like fans of art, and like they're always just feeding themselves with like aesthetic input, and it translates into these cool looking characters.
Can you imagine what they bring to the table though, and then have to narrow it down to 5 or 6 figures per wave, right? I mean, how hard would that be? These guys are like, I got these 5 characters I created. Yeah, I carried these 4. Oh shit.
That's the thing. Eric in the past has talked about like, being in the game for so long, the one thing that has lost is the sketching process, because he's like, now a lot of times I'll sketch by working directly in 3D. So you don't have any more of that like backlog of just cool pages. And yeah, Thanos, I slightly backtracked to get the Horseman I missed and Purplar. Yeah. Chris is fighting the urge to type woo every time 4 horsemen are mentioned. Yeah, man. Like again, these are folks.
Chris, I thought he was going to a meeting. People are at the meeting are going, why is Ric Flair here? Woo! Woo!
Yeah, man. The horsemen are like, I go on and on. I feel like at some point I want to like pull it all together in some coherent video. But just their influence on their involvement in the toy industry is one thing. And then their influence on so many of the toy lines that we know and love that we may not even realize. There's a list on the Four Horsemen site that they started this past year of like figures that the Four Horsemen actually worked on that you may not realize. Some of my favorite Super 7 figures, turns out it was, their sculpts, and they're still doing it. Like to this day, people don't realize, like, yeah, a lot of those sculpts are from their studio. The Monstar comes to mind. The Mumra. They probably get first pass too, first choice of the characters that they wanted to, But then everything with their own toy line, like this is when I think indie toys, I think Four Horsemen is sort of the they weren't the first by any means, but they were like, I think
They're
the first to
the
like
first ones to
catch
blow
fire
up.
in this way.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're definitely the first ones to blow up.
And they
had a lot
innovate.
The thing
to
is,
like
a lot of the indie toy lines, they might produce 1-2 figures and then they're gone, right?
Mhm.
It's just these guys like came out of the gate swinging. Like, yeah, we can do this.
Ray, are you asking about old figures or current? But yeah, I mean, I don't want to mansplain if you already know one or the other, but I agree with the soft goods. I love them too, man. And so they don't make straight up weapons packs. They've been more recently been doing like additional, like Ed was saying earlier, like gear packs. So they just started, like in Cosmic, they did like machines, tools. What else came with that set? Like a big trunk type looking thing, but not a straight up. And
it looked
in
like
general,
it had a
how much
Yeti
they
cooler
cost.
with it.
Yeah. So the figures essentially hover around 37 if you order from them direct. So what's going to happen here is they're going to reveal this wave, and then these are going to be available for pre-order direct from the Four Horsemen at essentially the cheapest sticker price you'll be able to get it ever. Actually, you can get them down to 34, 33 something, because what they'll do is you have the option to buy them all in, and there's a price break. But then in retail, those will go up to those figures, same figures at the $37 basic price point will become $45. Yeah. And so they're up direct from them for like a month. And then they are available for pre-order from the retailers, from the Hella Dopes, and the other places, since somehow this became sponsored. No, I mean, from your big bad toy stores and other places where you can get Legions. So yeah, those are like the basic figures, and then there are more deluxe figures that have a higher price point, $55 and on and on. But if you're in a place that has a lot of cons where the studio is present, they do con prices, which are again at that pretty much the same direct price that they charge for pre-orders, like $37 again. And in those cases, they'll go through the warehouse, and if there's other stuff that older figures that they have, they'll be just put them out on the table. So all this weekend, we're going to be seeing on the Mythic Legions Cabal on Facebook, which is like the largest community sort of that is technically supported, like actually, because the person who runs it is an employee or contractor. I don't know how that works, but they're paid now. They weren't initially. Walter wasn't initially. But anyway, he started this Facebook group that is kind of like the hub for Mythic Legion stuff. And yeah, totally lost whatever my point was, because I'm like, wait, what are they talking about? But they'll do other stuff too, like heads packs and hands pack for every wave, especially the All-Stars waves. They'll give, but not so much weapons packs. I don't think. I'm trying to rack my head around if there's ever been a true like, hey, these are just
the
weapons.
wings pack, the
Yep.
skull pack.
Mm-hmm.
They've done a couple of head packs,
Yep.
and then the gear packs, and that's pretty much it. They haven't done a true weapons pack yet.
Oh, here you go. Oh, that's right. Poxus had a pack with the different staffs and a book and some effects, magic effects,
Yeah.
because that's like their big sorcery wave. So I think they're flirting, man. I think they're starting to kind of explore.
Well, it comes down to the modularity. I think they're realizing that they got to give people things to keep going. Modular.
Same, John. Poxus is one of my favorite wave. Factions, sure, yeah. And wave, man, I can't. So it's named after the bad guy Poxus, and it also has sort of like good characters in that part of the lore. But that should be shipping soon. That's taken a long time because that sort of hit right around the time of the pandemic, and there you go, $37 for this figure. Yeah, no problem, man. Thank you. But yeah, no, I'll answer them if I can, if my brain will work.
The other thing to mention, Ray, is that Four Horsemen have all of the retailers keep the same price. So unless the retailer does a site-wide sale, all the retailers are going to be the same price for everything. So there's nobody that's going to get you a better price.
Yeah, they can't by contract. I've asked at a retailer once. They're like, "No, sorry, dude. We signed a contract. We can't sell cheaper than this price." And Chris points out, like, yeah, the figure obscura often will have sort of like additional goodies, like the
Father Christmas had the 2 helmets inside the Santa sack, and
he said sack.
Check this guy out, dude.
Oh, you've seen the post about warming him up, right? So be real careful.
He actually came with a little
the note.
Note, yeah. So
does it have that cool drawing of his torso in the cup? I love that drawing. Man.
Yeah, I'll send it to you. You can have it.
That's a great looking figure, man. I love the grays. I just couldn't go.
Mine's bends just fine. I'm not going to go crazy with it until I warm it up. But I mean, like, he moves.
I will say, we're hearing more and more on the Mythic Legions Cabal, as I mentioned. Again, that's like the hub for people to gather, and like you see them pretty quickly. Once a wave comes out, people will point out, "Hey, we're experiencing breakage." So, like, I think that's why they were aware that out of the factory there was some tightness in that figure. And then there's the larger brute scale figure where knees are breaking off. People are showing, so really heat your stuff up, and we'll see, because usually the studio will be real good about trying to address any issues like that. So Ray, I'm curious, what you mentioned that you're not like, what do you collect? What's in your collection? So the other thing with Mythic Legions, folks, is that there's such a variety, which I appreciate, of like different species and races and factions that you get in the community. People who are like, we are diehards for dwarves. So these guys are, this is like the biggest stand for dwarves, if you will, that's talking right now. And they're talking about the year of the dwarf. They've been campaigning like, we need more dwarves. We need more named dwarves. So I'm going to assume we might be getting a dwarf reveal.
I would like to see them actually do more dwarfs without, like we're talking about, without a helmet. Because all of them had the full helmet and then just the beard hanging out.
There's a few. There are a few headless, or a few
of them,
helmeted lists. Yeah. Definitely.
Oh,
here you go.
One right there.
Yeah.
Bada boom.
So these are dwarves that are affiliated again with the House of the Noble Bear, sort of more roguish heroes. Roguish in the sense that they're not an organized army. They're just like, oh man, there's a cloak on the table. What are we gonna see? Looks like a sculpted cloak. I don't know, we'll see. That shield, man. I love that they're working in that geometry.
Yeah.
Right. Again, if they're like pretty standard now lore about dwarves and being miners and gems and stuff.
Well, there's a whole bunch of lore between miners and the gnomes, right? That are like, the gnomes are machinists and the dwarves are miners, and
it's cool. Great new feet.
Knees. Yeah, it's nice to see him with some regular type of boots, not squared off armored boots too.
Steel toe though for safety.
Well, OSHA does exist on Mythos, especially in the Noble Bear state of California.
So far, the two House of the Noble Bear that we've seen have that same hoop, that sort of dual snake-headed hoop thing. It's hanging on his belt.
Is that what's hanging on the back of his belt? I saw that.
The other figure had it in his accessories list.
Yeah, I saw that too. Interesting. What does it mean?
Got some Liefeld pouches. I do wish they'd give us, I'm a nerd, if they had like a little plug for that hole in his back.
Yeah.
I haven't looked. That's got to be a third party thing someone's got to be making,
I'm sure someone's done it.
Yeah.
I'm wondering though, like if the little clear ones that you get from Cosmic would fit.
Careful, Chris. You work for a school district. But you're right. Spelling counts. I swear I didn't know they were a minor. Got it. Raised in Master. Yes. Oh, yeah. They're with you on the Masterverse classified, I'm assuming, for Joe's Valaverse. Nice. Yes. Cool. Yeah. You've got like a mix of like the key 80s IPs. That's dope. Yeah. Turtles, Joe's.
Oh, dude, look. Turn around.
Oh, see, I thought it was sculpted good. I was a little worried. Like, is that a sculpted cake? Because
it looks like the actual hood is
wired.
Fabric too, yeah?
It is. It's fabric.
Oh my god. Oh, and he's got the whole...
the Poxus Wave has more
the Wizards have the hooded ones. See, that's perfect right there. They got the helmetless one, and then this, like you said, right? Give us one of each.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I want. I love the Akroyer. I call them the Akroyer ear thingies. Man. It's just so good looking. That's the thing with these figures. Man, I'm going to be in trouble. It's the same as last year. And the difference from last year, because last year you'd think it's all skeletons. Oh, wait, what? What?
Exile from Under the Mountain 2-pack?
2-pack. So what's the other fig? Sorry, I wanted to yell, but I held myself.
Is that a female dwarf?
Yes, it's a woman dwarf.
Woo!
Folks are going wild at the thing. We've been looking for women dwarves. She looks good. Oh yeah, I love the proportions. Right, the larger head. Oh my god, looks like. I almost took the wire out of my mic. Man. Yeah. New pauldrons that'll work on any fig. I swear those look like they can turn, man. But
which ones?
But probably not. See, it looks like there's a cut there. But I mean, I guess it would. No, it's just the sculpt. I think the challenge for the swivel arm battle grip, if you will, would probably be that having the connection point of the hand in there. Like, it might not be enough room or might weaken it. It's got a...
That torch is awesome. And is that a Warhammer?
Yeah. See, he's talking about, so Ragnar Stormforge, who was on the thumbnail of this video and in a part of the wave that originally had the House of the Noble Bear. She's meant to be a dwarf, but I have the figure, and he's saying like, yeah, I kind of lightweight regret it because she has very like human proportions on the torso, and this is like a complete redesign of what a dwarf would look like. The proportions here compared to the legs, this totally looks so much better than that original Ragna figure.
The hair looks amazing.
Yeah, cover us up real quick, but that's Ragna here on the left, sort of Polaroid behind there.
Yeah.
And yeah, it just sort of looks like a human upper body with dwarf legs. Look at that head, man. So you get to see the face, which is dope, but woo, $75 plus shipping and taxes were available. I didn't mention that, or were applicable. Were available. Look at that head, man.
You and I live in the 2 highest tax states there is, so we know all about available taxes.
Sling Blade. What's that actor's name?
Billy Bob Thornton.
Yeah, there's a little Billy Bob in the face there.
So these will go out for pre-order soon, and it's usually a year to turn them around, right? Or 6 months, something like that.
About that. You mean to get these out?
Yeah,
it's a year out. It's
Yeah.
definitely like a year out.
Yeah, because
But
they haven't even been. Well, they might. They're moving a little faster, so they might get them
They
quicker.
they're catching up
Yeah.
because of, again, factory issues during the pandemic and everything. But they had to shift things around, so Poxus got moved in the queue, and so it's a little further delayed. But it's roughly a year out. The thing is, they've been doing this, so there are going to be new Legions or Figure Obscura or Cosmic or Mythic figures available. It's going to feel like every 2 months or so as they kind of roll out.
Now that they got
So
Cosmic coming out, it's
yeah. So this is a year out if you're pre-ordering, but if you're not and you're just kind of out there and you're seeing things pop up on like Hella Dope or other retailers, it's just kind of like, oh, there's new Legions coming out, right? And it's constant throughout the year now, which is hard but exciting. Where's Kayla? Hard but exciting. Anyways.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is sculpted. That's soft goods. An interesting kind of like mix of materials. I love this armor too. So there's this armor, and then it looks like these little like pieces of ingot or something that are just kind of strewn together. She looks so good. Their faces are amazing, but just the proportions I'm digging. Very dwarven.
Yeah, they gave them both like basically the same stocky body size, which from what we would all think about that we know about dwarves is exactly what you would think, right? I mean,
he just said, per earlier conversation, he's like, this is like every D&D game I've ever played. This is exactly like what is in my head. Yeah, he's pointing out just the sculpt details of the braids. So good. The eye pop of the green. Yeah, look at that. Armor. Yeah. Again, they're the dwarf cheerleaders are saying the amount of army building that we need to do for dwarves. This is going to give us so many great parts to do that. $75. Two dwarven figures.
Not bad at all. Yeah, 2 dwarven figures, and you get 4 heads. Who knows how many hands, right? That torch is awesome as it is.
When they say deluxe, it's deluxe. Yeah, thank you. I didn't even stop to look at that, but that little translucent fire piece in there, dual molded. Yeah, man. With those ears, that's straight up Micronauts. Use some, you know. Is this fur? That looks like it looks like a little fur piece around her, like a fur collar.
Yeah, it does. It's sticking out from the bottom of her helmet there.
Yeah, so these new soft goods are working with C. Jessam's a team, a husband and wife team up in Canada. Man, they're solid. So this is what a Four Horsemen indie studio can do that I don't think, you know, a Hasbro and Mattel can do with they're just more nimble. So like, you know, they're developing these toys and people are creating these custom work, whether it's their custom photography or custom bits and pieces, parts and soft goods. And so they're like seeing this stuff and they're like, hey, toy photographer, 1/6 shooter who's been shooting our stuff, like, yeah, let's work with you. And now he is now a part of the studio. And same with CJSM. Hey, you've been creating these cool soft goods that people buy to put on our figures. Why don't you just design stuff for this next line? And like, here they are. I think
it's awesome. Like they had a couple of those figures that were made based off of people's actual customs they actually made and sent pictures of. It's like,
I mean, they've even gone so far as like doing tribute figures to actual fans, right?
Yeah.
Like, and employees, which is so cool. Yeah, and Eric, who's essentially like the creative director of the studio, he's talking about like sort of the inspiration and ideas that work its way in. He's kind of talking about like how the Norse mythology sort of works with the idea of blends really well with the dwarves, and I love that. Right, this is a very Norse thing.
Oh, for sure.
But I love that they look at that stuff to inform the stuff in the real world to inform their fantasy world, which is, brings us right in. So nice. All the geometry here and the designs, so cool. Again, like that dwarven culture being miners, we're looking at the geometry of gems, and
they did that with a lot of their dwarves. Even in the armor, you can see it's very straight line, very, there's no organicness to it, right? It's all just very machine and geometrical,
Yep.
squared off lines and, all that stuff.
I love it. Is that Eldor? That's hilarious. Oh yeah, going back. Yeah, see, Chris caught it. He's like, I swear I didn't know they were a minor. And then he says he typed from a school district office on his district issued laptop. Oh. Right on, Ray. Went all in on Legendary again, man. So you're getting some good Four Horsemen love on that line. And the first wave of Cyberzoic. Nice. Invite me over, man. I want to play with those toys because I was only able to get one.
Yeah, that stupid Griffin just went up for pre-sale too. Jesus.
Yeah. If you were to do it, gray or brown?
I will definitely do it at some point in time. It might be, later on, but I would go brown myself.
Brown. Same here. That's what I went with. Chris, finally a lady my own height. What do you mean not seeing anything? Not sure. But Travis, if you're trying to see their stuff, definitely don't rely on our little thing here. You should go to that link that I just put in. Oh, never mind. You're good. Oh yeah, this is probably when she was revealed. Yeah, so they'll
Travis
do this
is probably
whole
down
thing.
in his dungeon, so
So this 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, so this is roughly a 5-hour stream, and then at the end of it, it's all going to be up for pre-order. So like they know what they're doing.
Yeah.
They know what they're
Feel the excitement and sell the shit out of it.
Oh, nice. So you want to use the Mythic Legions to do custom set of Wheel of Time? Man, that would be very cool. I don't know if you've looked on the Cabal to see if anyone's done anything sort of adjacent like that, but will that be part of the all-in for the series? If you're talking about these, yes, everything that you're seeing now will all be part of the all-in. Hey,
Speaking of,
Johnny, good to see
oh, hey,
you.
look at Johnny.
Looking forward. I'm gonna hang out with him tonight on GTFO. We're gonna talk some Loki. Speaking of Norse goodness. Oh, gotcha.
I've speaking what Travis is saying about the Wheel of Time. I want to take and get a set of Mythic Legions and turn them into the original core characters from the Dragonlance, Autumn of Winters or Dragons of Autumn Twilight, the first novel.
Yep.
And South Alvin and Flint Fireforge and
God, those covers when I ever go into.
Oh, I know. I read every single book they ever made when they were out, real popular. Man,
I was about to bring you back for a second. Whenever I'd walk into a Walden Books or a B. Dalton at the mall, I just sit at the fantasy, just looking at all those covers and read.
Luke and I do that at the Barnes and Noble every time we go in there. We just walk around the fantasy section and check out all the covers and look at all the books that are just like art, Fragetta's art and all that.
Yep. I might have been doing this, I think, Travis, which I keep forgetting to do, but I do want to do this every now and then because, again, not trying to, without permission, use their stream and just straight up show their stream. But I'm sure they wouldn't. I'm hoping they wouldn't mind because at the end of the day, this is two guys watching a 5-hour advertisement and telling more people about this advertisement. So, and I'm invested in the company. It's pretty sad when customers think that they're investors.
Yeah. If that's the case, I just made a huge investment.
I will say, okay, never consider toys as an investment. However, Mythic Legions, Four Horsemen stuff, thus far has not lost value, and if anything, it's appreciated. This has been my Lego. Like, part of the reason that I could kind of justify in my brain going so deep on Lego is that, unlike some of the other things that I've gotten, some of the other action figures, like I can sell these and make more money. Definitely make my money back. So there's an exit strategy. Just saying.
Lego is so wild of a story. How is pretty much on the verge of bankruptcy, and then bam, now it's the biggest thing. The biggest toy line there is.
You're talking Johnny's language with them deep fantasy books, Dragonlance.
Yeah.
Actually, not too many hands in this one.
No, I guess
not. Ungloved hands, gloved hands that are interchangeable. Man.
I would love a Warhammer like that, but have it made out of wood, like the actual head.
Ooh, nice. Yes. They've got a couple of different hammers. One for an ogre that Nate Barch designed. That's really cool. You've seen that with the goat heads?
Yeah.
Or is it goat heads?
Ram heads or something, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then there's the one with the lions for Attila. God, that's so cool. Whew, they're building out their dwarves finally. Yeah, Thanos, he wants to do some nice. Yes, Band of Hawks. They always freak me out, but yes. Or you can just wait because they're gonna come and just pay $150 a figure. There's money in them there, Legions, as Chris knows as good as anyone, having had the opportunity to sell some of his stuff. Yeah. Was that a cloak? Well, yeah, the cloak is included in this pack. Full C-Jessam wired. The one that you're seeing sort of in the stream, they have like a tiny little picture-in-picture thumbnail of them talking, and you see it sitting there. They put that up early, and in my head, I thought I was like a little bit sad. I was like, oh, it's like a McFarlane rubberized piece of like solid cloak. But no, it's just the wires are that dope that it's just standing there.
I love that horn, the bull horn. I think it's
Mhm.
just gorgeous.
Chris, if you are extremely talented with Lego, you are a Lego master. So if you are an expert Mythic Legion customer, are you a Legion legend? Probably. That's great. I've never heard anyone use it, but it should be, because alliteration is king, as Marvel Comics and DC
Well,
Comics taught me.
Lego
Clark
Master is
Kent,
not
Peter Parker.
alliterated.
Right. I know, that's why I'm respecting his
Yeah.
alliterative game.
Legion Legend. Yeah.
Yeah, see, he says, I've already committed hundreds of dollars for Berserk. Exactly. The one.
What's another one? What's another
Forgot
150?
the one.
It's as bad as the Mezco's. Nice.
Yeah, this
$100.
hasn't come up on our sorry, yes, the Mezco. You've gone pretty deep on Mezco. Yeah, you've got a couple.
Just the Rumble Society. Yeah.
Yeah, those are great.
Yeah.
And like all their licensed stuff is fine, but just like Super 7, man, they shine when they get to create their own stuff.
I did order the Conan because I missed the first two, and of course it's
Yes.
Conan, so I had to. But
Me too. But he will run a little short compared to like these guys, but I like the variety. He's a
Yeah.
little smaller. Yeah.
Force
We haven't talked
perspective
about
and
this on the
photograph.
Clubhouse, but the alliteration game, seriously, like comic books, I know that had to have been like by design, like to make the characters catchy, like the Peter Parker, Lois
Oh, yeah.
Lane, Clark Kent, right?
When
Scott Summers. It just goes on. Even Charles Xavier to a certain extent, right?
When Luke was a baby and I was teaching him I was potty training him, right?
Mm-hmm.
The only way that we could get him to sit on the toilet and actually do it was for me to sit in there on the bathtub and like I would give him like a superhero quiz is what he called it, right? So I just say like, who's the Hulk, right? And he'd be like Bruce Banner, who's Cat. And when he got to be like,
damn,
4 or
so
5,
much cooler than my dad.
Right. When he got to be like 4 or 5, he's sitting there one day and he's like, Dad, how come all the names have the same letters, right? And I was like, first of all, I was like, wow, I'm impressed that you're 4 and you picking that out, but like it was true, right? It was Peter Parker and Bruce Banner and
Yep.
Especially Marvel. Marvel did it a lot. Like you said,
Drop
Scott
them,
Summers
folks. Yep, Scott Summers. Drop them into the chat. Let's do the alliteration comics game if you can think of them. We've listed a bunch, and shiny plastic people. Chris is saying, "I wish I would have gotten that Doc Nocturnal 112."
Yeah, Doc Nocturnal is awesome. I got a friend who's really into. He's into the GI Joe Adventure Team, but he collects some of the off figures, the skulls and skeletons and stuff like that. And he missed the Doc Nocturnal too, and he was like, "Man, I wish I would have got that."
Yep.
What do we got? Bruce Banner, Scott Summers, Clark Kent. That's another good one. Yeah.
Yes, sir. In the StreamYard, you're gonna see it repeated ridiculously.
Oh, yeah.
Man, I can't get over her face. It's really good. It's an interesting kind of like it borders on being maybe a little bit animated looking, but I think it's because she's so young. She got young features. It's still got the realism of the paint and everything. I think it's those eyes that are tripping me out. I think they're gorgeous. Big, like wide mouth, thick bottom lip. I love it.
You know what? Wait till that
paint
face comes.
Her.
Wait till that face comes up again. She looks like Fiona from Shrek in the face.
Oh, sure. I could give her a 10 and she would look like like she's got Pinay features. She could be a Filipina too.
Yeah. These are also masters, right? So you have no idea that's exactly what it's going to come out looking like. They might change it up a little bit. They're pretty close to it, though.
They're often just really, really close.
Yeah.
Yeah, hair is so hard, even when drawing. You're kind of like, to what
Mhm.
degree do I put in some details? Take care, John. Yeah, like, but they do such a good job. It always trips me out when they sculpt it, and it's like, because it's sometimes if you get too realistic, it gets a little uncanny valley. But
Yeah.
yeah, that's what I thought. I think you were behind, Travis. But yes, absolutely, toys are investment in our joy. Wally West, that's right. If you speak Spanish, Hal Jordan. No, I'm just kidding. Hal Jordan. Yeah, I still see Billy Bob.
Oh, Guy Gardner. That's another good one. Chris came up
Oh
with.
yeah, Miles Morales.
J. Jonah Jameson.
Yeah, see, it
That's the
continues.
king.
J. Jonah Jameson. What's the other? Oh no, Kyle begins with an R. That don't work.
Yeah, Carl
Rayner.
Radner.
Yeah,
Radner.
Radner.
Radner, I think.
Jessica Jones. That's right. Man, all of it.
Matt Murdock. Daredevil.
Oh yes. What's the Kingpin's name? Dr. Doom. Double D's.
There's also, characters. Blue Beetle.
Mobius and Mobius. Kamala Khan. Is that his? That's not his real name. Mobius and Mobius.
Could be. I wouldn't know.
Wade Wilson. Wait, is Mobius from the character based on that they took from Loki? Sorry, initially I thought it was Morbius, and I was like, wait, Morbin.
Oh, who is he talking
Green
about?
Goblin, Wade Wilson, Mobius M. Mobius. It might be, which
yeah,
is
that might be him. Yeah,
a Mobius strip, right?
yeah. I
That's
was thinking
awesome.
Morbius too.
Yes, his name is in fact Mobius M. Mobius.
Yeah, Otto
That's
Oswald.
awesome. Reed Richards, Sue
Yeah.
Storm.
Look at Luca Johnny. We know who's the superhero nerd in the group.
Oh yeah, dude. He goes deep. Have you seen his photos of he's been doing like collections of women figures that he's got? I love seeing him in
started following
groups.
him a little bit ago. But yeah, he's done some awesome
TVA
shots.
Mobius.
Yeah.
Ben Grimm, no. Galactus. Connor Kent. Sure.
Silver Surfer.
Yes. Norrin Rad. Yeah, see, again, this is from the Euro Legions podcast. It's so cool to see like the community pop up, and then just all of these like Legion specific podcasts and YouTube stuff, and wow, I don't know. There's a book to be written that will come out, I'm sure, about the Four Horsemen Studios and their contribution to toys, and hopefully it'll end up in the Museum of Toy Culture, aka Motoy, that I someday want to see happen. Wonder Woman.
That's a good one. Lex Luthor, yeah.
Oh, Otto. I think I said it earlier, but I didn't throw it up on the screen. Otto Octavius. Yeah, let me put him up for the replay crew. Love it. Look at Johnny. Johnny is the walking Marvel Universe handbook.
He's like, I got a couple. Hang on. Miles Morales. That's a new one too.
They're talking about Sons of the Red Star, Jeremy. They're very clever marketing person. He's also said something about like, oh, I know what you love. You love Sons of the Red Star. You also love the creatures and the sort of weird characters. I'm hoping that is a hint into what's coming. Because I want a bear today. I want a bear.
He's Patar.
Despetar. Lover of Vowels. Oh. Mortal Kombat. Oh, sorry. Multiple arms. Scorpion.
Oh
Got a
yeah, look.
scorpion tail
Yeah.
from Majira or whatever from Cosmic Legions. New race to Mythic Legions of Mythos. Scorian. Yeah, so that's parts use. That tail is parts used from Mbira. What is it? Such a, again, the wild Cosmic Legion. Mbira Jumjira.
Alliteration.
Spyrogyra? Spyrogyra, anyone? Oh, look at that. That's wild. That face.
Jeez. That reminds me. That reminds me of the Ray Harryhausen thing from Sinbad.
Yeah. It was a.
I mean, even the face looks like it.
Was it a woman? Oh,
yeah,
female?
It was a woman.
Like, yeah,
it was a female in the show, right? I think it was Sinbad in the Voyage of the Seven Seas. Is that
God,
the one
I need to expose my kids to those. I gotta find those.
They come up on Tubi once in a while. That's where I watch them.
You didn't get that Mbira, did you? Mbira Jimjir. So it had like the tail, but then it had a space for these little legs. It must be on that as well, because these are the same sort of little mini leg arm things attached here that are on the Sphexians. The bug.
Yeah. The Sphexians.
So this is Cosmic Legions. So same, these little arm parts, right?
And they have 4 of them
here.
They have 4 little arms, don't they?
Yep, 1, 2, and then they have little different ones here in the front.
Oh yeah, that's right. They're smaller.
God damn these figures. See, here's the thing with Mythic Legions. And, well, like, you see these things and you're like, man, they look so good. And if you've had any of them, I'm not at all worried that they're not going to achieve this. And I know that figure is going to be amazing. And you're going to sit here and stare at all this detail. I was talking with Allison about these wings the other day, just like, these are game changers.
Yeah, I've taken a lot of cool pictures of the Sphexians with like some light behind them that just shines through those wings and changes colors and stuff. It's amazing.
Good call.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah, man, these are just cool. Oops. So fun. Get different colors. There's all the parts.
Man, look at that. Ooh. Is that a green flame torch?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I wonder if did they have that in? They might have put that into boxes. I don't know. I've kind of lost track.
Yeah, I think that is in boxes. I think that the evil wizard dude, whatever the hell his name is, has that.
That guy, that wizard, totally looks straight out of old classic D&D.
Oh yeah,
LJN.
Both of them do. The two. That's the two that I had on pre-order.
That's a new sword, new sheath. This is older. I don't know about that one. All those little tiny details. That's all sculpted. It's the same as
That head looks so like Persian inspired too.
Mm-hmm.
Even that sword on the bottom, the scimitar style shaped one is.
Love it. All the like the mail made of like coin or something. Whoo! Look at that. Wait, what? So these are removable parts. He's just saying that you can, by removing the different pieces, you can create 4 different looks, but you're only getting the 2 heads, so these things come up. $37.
Well, the Wukong was the first figure they did with the removable plate, right? The actual that they could actually let you do it, where they could swap it out, right?
I don't know like which one came out first, but like Leodicius, this face does come out. So this is actually a face plate that does come out, and there's an alternate one.
So I think he was out before Wukong. So,
and then like there are other figures in the All-Star Wave. No. I think this might be the first one.
yeah, so you're getting 2 heads and 4 face plates.
Yeah, I mean, again, you buy. He just said it too. Buy a couple, and you've got like a little army and a variety, right? A varied army.
Well, this guy looks like something that would be just soldier, right? So I mean, you could definitely army build him, even though he is named.
Yeah, he just referred to him as the stormtrooper. He's saying exactly what you just pointed out. It's a named character, but he can kind of also be the stormtrooper. That man, yeah, people troop building. I didn't know about troop building. I didn't think that was a thing. As a kid, I couldn't even, couldn't convince my parents of that. Ooh, look at some. I love it. We got some Shang Tsung. Gaz, good to see you jumping in with the Cobra Commander. Mickey Mouse, Donald Duck. And Gaz, thank you. I gotta check it out. 7 Voyages of Sinbad might be available here on YouTube.
Yeah, like I said, I watch them on Tubi,
Hey, Josh.
which is free. So,
fellow Left Behind Legionnaires, totally. Thanks for hanging out, man. Yeah, I hope you're enjoying. What are you thinking of the reveals, if you've seen any so far? Cobra Khan, Betsy Braddock, Warren Worthington, the third. Oh, man. I love that they're using those little tiny insectoid arms with weapons, because the little gripper fits. He looks, all the coloring on his tunic underneath, or his clothing underneath. What's tunic's like the top, right?
yes.
Is there a difference between a tunic and a shirt? Is it like a particular style or something? These are all important fashion questions from Mythic.
I'm not a big fashion star, but I think a tunic is just like something that drapes over the top.
Okay.
And a shirt actually like has sleeves and is fitted. But I could be wrong.
Right on. Yeah,
Let's Google that.
I'm same here, Josh. Look at the painting on the hands. See, these hands are new. They're like a. Actually, I wonder if the Mbira Jimjir. No, she has humanish hands. I think those are brand new sculpts for these kind of like crustacean type or insectoid type hands. Love the color blend on this tail. Oh, I was wrong. So this isn't reusing the Mbira.
So
They did a brand new brand new tool piece for this guy. There's that face. But it's a slightly different system. This is kind of held on kind of just by friction under there.
yeah,
I think you're right that the modern style with the hole in its head is probably Sun Wukong was the first.
a tunic is a loose flowing shirt, but it's only defined as a tunic because it has to hang down between the hips and the knees. So.
Oh, sure. Which is what these guys all have.
Yep.
The Headless Knight. Virtual pop and swap. Look at that custom head. Yeah, just the paint detail. So it's got that colored blue to red kind of thing going on the tail and on the hands and on the feet. I've said this before on like Legion's class. I want to be a fly on the wall in the factory. Because I mean it's a factory environment, right? And people are just doing like little things here and there, but how they get that sort of blend, I don't know how that all is working. These are artisans. This isn't like I don't think it's like our mental idea of like turn a screw, turn a screw, turn a screw, which is hard work.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong, especially repetitive, but there's a level of just like, these folks have to know what they're doing.
Well, like look at this guy right here. This on just this little belt right here, he's got what? And just this area right here, there's 4 or 5 different little colors just on little
that's
bolts
hits.
and
Yeah.
stuff, right? It's not like you can just send it down the line and have a sprayer, pop,
Right.
pop, right?
Rip. Yep. That looks like Mbira's head on his back. Yeah, they were just saying on the stream that that initially that was the plan. They were going to reuse the same part, but there was a parts change between the prototype and what went to production on Mbira, so that when it came back, it would no longer work for the design that they had in mind for this guy. So they went ahead and just tooled a brand new piece for him. Turning screws, meaning like feeling the pressure to.
That's what you guys do as teachers, right? Turn screws into.
Oh, turning screws. I'm sorry. Thank you. Yes, the assembly line. I was trying to think of what the reference was. Yes. What did I say? Did I say something weird? Probably did.
No. There's pain.
$37. I know. What's up? Yeah, Friday morning stream. Condolences to your budget as well. I hope it's fine. But
I'll tell you what. The more I handle this guy is friggin' awesome.
Maybe. Yeah, I'm lost too, Lucha. Or Johnny. That thing looks so good. I want to believe. Trust no one. Okay, this is slightly weird. This guy is on the Euro Legions podcast. I believe he's Irish. Yeah, can't tell from the accent, but from what he said, he's got a brogue. But he was on Legion Sounds the other day, and people were like, "Make him read this. Make him read this. He should read this. We love his accent." And it was just like I get it, but it was also a little bit weird. It's like make the monkey dance. Here, read this. So people are doing like super chats.
Yeah.
Like,
well, that's like when Rama Toys was on Hella Dope for the first time, and he started talking. He has like a really New York City accent, right? And people were like, "Oh, can you say this?" And they're like having him quote lines from the movies. I'm like, he's not here to perform for you guys. First of all, he's just a photographer. I mean, let's go. It's not like he's an actor or something. People are so weird. I used to hate it when my kids were little and people would be like, "Oh, can can you say grandma? Can you say grandma? I'm like, Mom,
Yeah.
shut up. He's not saying grandma, right? Let it go. He's
Oh,
not
it's so cute, baby.
yeah.
Hey Ray, like, is that any different from any? No, absolutely, man. I knew, man, if I had a camera on for Necronominus last year, it would have been, I had just barely sort of figured out streaming and everything, but I figured it might be fun to hang out and watch. Is AS or IS is so cool. The figure is almost elegant in hand. It looks it, man. That looks really good. The sculpt on that, the skin texture. I couldn't, again, like I said, jump in on that second book of Cosmics, but the more recent gray that they had with the robes that looks almost like a monk robes, I grabbed.
Yeah.
So that'll be my first gray.
This is the only one that I got from this week too, book 2.
This came in. I opened it up at the beginning, Aaron, from my first order from N.E.W.S. Came in yesterday. What's going on, Tony? We are geeking out on some Mythic Legions, lamenting the loss of some funds, but the gain of some dope toys.
Plastic goodness.
Plastic goodness. Pretty plastic. Yeah, even just like the way that these pauldrons fall is different to give them that triangular beetle thing. This thing looks like a beetle, but yeah, it looks fantastic. I mean, so far, if I can swing it, this is one of those all-in situations for me, I think, if I can swing it. The biggest challenge, so I kind of set an asterisk when I was talking about like this is the cheapest sticker price you'll get. The challenge is for some of us who are on the West Coast, the shipping from Jersey to here can get it still works out to be a better deal, but it's not, it's close enough where you might wonder if you just waited for, say, a place like Big Bad, who gives you $4 shipping on everything. You might be like, oh, there's not really a huge point in me going through these pre-orders. It also gives you more time. This is like decide now, and it's going to be a long while versus Big Bad and them who keep their pre-orders open longer. And
yeah, that's like with Hella Dope and Big Bad and Nerdzoic. I had since Hella Dope missed out on the pre-order for the Poxus Wave. I had the 2 Wizards pre-ordered through Nerdzoic because he had his pre-orders up for so long, and I would have done it through HTT had they not done it. But it's like I had missed the opportunity when they launched it on for pre-order through the Store Horseman. So it's nice that the retailers do it for so long. Like you said, it gives you that option, and realistically, I mean, it's what, $8 if you're buying it $37 and
exactly
only $8 difference. Like you said, you might be saving on shipping, so it's probably a $2
that's
wash.
what I mean. It really is something you got to look into a little bit more depending on where you're at, who your retailer is. I've got, if you're in Southern California, and there are other places around, like Chicago, I know has some places, actual retail stores or retailers that you can walk into and get them. Down in Frankenstein, there's one retailer. There's a place over by Disneyland that's a shop. So, yeah, Josh is saying I'm praying the pre-order window stays open into January. This definitely, so their pre-order, the direct pre-order will not be open. It's usually open about a month, but the pre-order windows from all the other retailers will absolutely be open in January. So, and as we're kind of saying, like, again, if you went to a Big Bad Toy Store or whatever that offers $4 shipping, it'll work itself out. Oh, there you go, buddy.
There you go, Ray.
There you go, Ray. You put it into the universe and it happened.
Yeah.
Oh, started here. First AWOC slaps my wallet, then Mythics is now just jumping up and down, smothering it. Yeah, then the void, man. Thankfully, that Scorpion dude you're passing on. Yeah, it's nice to be able to do that.
That's the one thing, like with me for the Mythic and the Cosmics, I'm such a pick and choose guy that I don't have to go all in. So it's
What's
it's
the
easier
failed
for me to wait.
Waltor? Oh, yeah.
What's that?
No, sorry, I was just
Oh,
reading
failed.
his
What is
thing.
that?
I didn't realize he had a Waltor is a second day exclusive on Sunday.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know why it failed
So
though. Hope it's all good.
Travis was supposed to be getting it for him, I believe, or
Oh, and so
Oz, one of the two, I think, is what was happening.
if you're in the cabal, you can still sort of ask someone there. And then I know that there is a sort of like a groundswell movement of people trying to get extras to kind of Bill from Darklair was trying to encourage people to do this. Buy extras of the exclusives. And so hopefully we can prevent some of the scalping that's happening, make them just available at cost or slightly above cost on the cabal. So I'd say look out for those, Aaron. Here's your weapons packs. So it's just some of the other pieces that we've seen just painted differently. I feel like this isn't new. I feel like this has happened before. Let me look it up. I just haven't. Honestly, I hadn't looked before, Ray.
They might have done, I guess.
I want to say even back in the day they were doing it.
Yeah, I think they've done a couple. Not many, though. Right? It's not like a regular thing.
Let's see. Yeah. I think because I'm looking up on Big Bad right now, there is the Poxus weapons pack, Necronominus weapons pack. Yeah, they have
I guess I
older
just
ones
don't
too.
attribute it to like an actual weapons pack because it's more like an accessories pack, right? That's how I've always looked at them. There's weapons, but there's also,
I guess I just never looked at it. Yeah, I just honestly, I think I missed it. Even as way back as like Advent of Decay wave, I guess it's a thing. I didn't do all in, so my
now that's a
first
weapons
true
pack right there.
wave, yeah, Barbarian weapons pack, belt buckle maybe, the bear.
Oh, nice. So that's a cool weapons pack right there.
Looks so good. I like that, Jeremy. Is that this thing pops out and you can put that thing in there?
I was just going to say it's probably the center of the shield. I was thinking that. Yep.
Oh God, I'm so glad Eric is like thinking more about the modularity now and working that in because one, it speaks my Lego language. Two, that's the best thing about Mythic Legions, and it just builds in the longevity of the line because you're
Well, it
like
builds
you
in
can use your
longevity.
older
Plus,
figures, your newer figures, and
you can create such a wide variety of figures. I mean, you could buy 5 of the same figure with a couple of different things, and you could have a completely whole set of a whole army of guys that are, all look similar but absolutely different characters. It's just for these little
Ray, you
details.
might want to look like those are the kinds of things that people do sell, and they don't sell for a ton. It's worth checking out if you want to. If I don't know if you're on Facebook, but sort of like try and get into the group and just hang out and like people. It's wild. People will give you stuff. You'll be like, "Oh, I'm looking for this piece. How much?" And then all of a sudden, it's just like, "I'm sending it to you." Like, so I don't know. I'm sure you'll be able to find someone who's selling those things. The weapons packs, like he's saying that there are weapons packs available in BBTS, but they're sold out. But there are a lot of other vendors, and I just think people. Those are the kinds of things that people. There are just so many, that come with. Sorry.
You know, the other thing, Ray, did you look at the Barbarian expansion pack from Mezco? That's got some nice weapons and some cloak in there. That's only like $30, I think, on eBay usually.
Those soft goods are great.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, you end up with more accessories than one needs, and people will often sell and or give you pieces. So that wouldn't cost much more than I wouldn't say even maybe cost as much as you would have paid if you'd bought the weapons pack. Oh, see, now they're talking, man. He's talking about the potential of modularity, like taking out pieces to be able to connect chains. And
that's the one thing I'd love to see Mythic Legions do, is add some more actual like metal chain into their characters. That'd be cool.
Mm-hmm. What do we get them in? We get them in like the ball and chain that came with like the Varg and
right.
But yeah, we don't see a
there
lot
is
of
a
like
cool
chain weapons, right? Or
yeah. Did you ever see the old McFarlane Spawn? I think it was Zeus. I think that was the character. He had like this chain that was hooked to his belt, and then the chain had like these miniature skulls, and each of the chain links would hook on these hooks on his belt. It was such a cool feature. That was an awesome figure too. Yep. I think it was Zeus from one of the millions of Spawn lines.
Did he do like a mythology line? Let's see. Hold on, Chris. Well, time for the meeting. Finally, the networking team's probably pulling Ethernet and replacing access points, and the data team is running reports. Fun.
Just go in there all excited, Chris. Give a big Ric Flair woo. And
good call, Aaron. Yeah, Wolf King Customs might be a good place. There's a ton of like weapons.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then you know what you do, Ray? Make yourself a cool weapons, like the ones that used to come with a $20 each. There you go. $20 for those, $20 for those. Make yourself a cool weapons rack, right? Like the old Masters of the Universe that came with the Castle Grayskull. That would be hot. You can have a display of just weapons.
Somebody I know is trying to design one of those for AWOC weapons. Somebody. I think he showed it off once, actually.
Is that Travis?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't. Here, this is one of my favorite little things. I collabed with somebody. I was like, man, I have so many. Flame in that torch is removable from those torches that we're seeing. Sorry, collaborated with someone to make. This is a kind of a standard-ish. This is a standard connection point for the necks or for the heads on a Mythic Legions figure. So I had worked with someone to do them for Super 7 heads, because we have so many different Super 7 heads, and so that I can use them on Legions figures.
Yeah. Did you ever see my my Tusk Sentry with the AWOC head on?
No.
Yeah. I had to make my own neck post I made it out of sculpting, but it looked really cool.
Panthro,
yeah.
I don't even have a Panthro figure. I was like, I want to get those heads, and got it off somebody off eBay. Yo. So the modularity of these figures just is so many different cool things you can do. I haven't really shown this yet on my channel, and I've been intending to. Do I have it here?
I think that's one of the nice things about the Mythic Legions, though, is like I popped Dubon's head off and put on one of the extra head that came with the Father Christmas.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's just a cool little thing. Even just for taking a couple of pictures, and create a different little character real quick, pop the old head back on, you're good to go.
It's so cool. They just give them to you. Like, here's a figure, and it comes with extra heads. and you quickly amass a collection
Yeah.
of these coolish heads, which then gets you to do the whole Lego thing.
Yeah, the hands are even
I need
worse.
more.
I have
I
more
need,
hands than I could count.
which then gets you to go, I think I need more Mythic Legions bodies, right?
Yeah.
These are some heads that I grabbed from the Mythic meetup in the West Coast. Painted by David Williams.
That's a nice head.
Great dude. I might have actually shown these. I believe it's a Wolf King.
Yeah. That Noble Bear and Wolf King both do some awesome stuff. Noble Bear, I can't remember what it's.
No, it's Noble Bear's the faction.
No, there's a Noble Bear customizer that does 3D prints. Yeah,
okay.
He does some awesome stuff. He actually made a Sasquatch head for the War Bear that can pop on and off the War Bear and make it a Sasquatch.
That's rad.
Yeah.
Isn't that essentially what
That's what Monster Force
it is, right? Yeah.
It's called Noble Bear Customs, I think is what it's actually called on Instagram. And I think he has an Etsy shop. And he does nothing but Mythic Legions for the most part, so you know where he got his name from. I'm going to go grab something. I'll be right back.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, break as one needs, please. Yeah. Make myself a quick Lion-O custom here with this piece. And then you've got Dubon, got Lion-O. On a Mythic Legions. Hey, Carol, good to see you. John's back. The Briscoe 1, 2, 3, 4. What's going on, man? Yeah, Josh. Seriously, like even the flames are modular. And I know for a fact these guys are Lego heads. I got to sit with them at the Mythic meetup in May, or a couple of folks, not necessarily from the studio, except or Nate Barch from the studio. He's really into Lego. N.E.W.S is really into Lego. So there's definitely crossover amongst the Legion fans and Lego. Speak of the devil. Nate Barch, artist extraordinaire, Lego fan. Nate's dope. Super nice guy. He does all their packaging art, all that stuff is the illustrations are Nate's. He's done stuff for Masters of the Universe. Here you go. And this is Walter, who runs the Cabal, who started the Cabal. He's from here up in Northern California. He has a tribute figure that is the Legions Con exclusive this Sunday. That's Waltor the Mad, the one that Aaron was looking for. Regario. Yeah. He's been teased in artwork by Nate. And so we're going to get it in plastic form. Regarion. We got our Minotaur. Oh, and they're using that Nate Barch hammer that we were talking about earlier. So this is an ogre scale, like a 9-10 inch figure. I don't have any on me. Oh, yes, I do.
We're getting a giant Minotaur.
Yes, we are, baby.
Oh my God, I'm so in love. Yeah.
This is ogre scale. This is your standard Legions figure.
And that's a new Minotaur head too.
Yep. So this has been on the packaging of these of this line from the advent of Decay, I believe. Yes. That's right. We have smaller Taurions or smaller.
I love Minotaurs. It's one of my favorite characters.
Man, I keep telling myself I got to stop buying these because these are so huge.
I know.
For a while, I
right?
was like, I'm going to get a couple and they're going to be like add variety. And now it's like, now it just looks like I have a whole other line of giant figures.
I wanted to show this for
Man.
Ray real quick. Ray, this is what the Mezco Barbarian expansion pack looks like.
Oh, that's rad. Yeah,
But it comes with
that set is cool.
Comes with a bunch of swords, a couple of axes, some clubs, a couple of soft good cloaks. Really
Heads
nice set.
too, right? No, no
Yeah,
heads.
2 heads. 2 heads.
The bald head and the
Yep.
with that cool like face paint.
Yeah.
So good. Again, they're going modular, so these knees are gonna pop right out, and you can switch them out to get different looks. Which was a problem with the original ogres; they all kind of had the same armor.
Did you get any of those Minotaurs from the Gladiator?
Any or both?
I'm taking you got both.
Stupid. I'm so stupid. So yeah, this is this is a brand new handle, which is cool because a lot of all the ogre scale stuff look the same. But I'm looking at that, and that's different from the one from the old set, or like at least different animal sculpts. Maybe they pop off. I don't know.
That's definitely a new Hammerhead. I don't remember seeing that one.
Damn.
I'll just be over here crying. Don't mind me.
They'll be around when you can.
I know it'll be a year from now. Plenty of time to save up for it.
And all these little parts, these are from the Necronominus. They probably work on that one little character creature thing. But I love that it's hanging from his belt on a chain. There's your chain. So they're talking about how old and how long the concept for this character has been around, which is why Nate teased it on the packaging art so long ago. And what's cool is because they're talking about was it the first G-Con? And this is the 5th Legions Con. I don't know about G-Con, but what's cool is because the marketing guy, Jeremy Gerard, was just saying, yeah, I was here, but he wasn't part of that. He was just a fan. He wasn't a part of the studio yet. Same with Nate. He was working and doing their packaging, but he wasn't an actual employee until early this year. And Walter, I don't know if at that time, he started the Facebook cabal as just sort of a fan. And at a certain point, not in its earliest days, it took a while, but at a certain point, they brought him on and they started paying him as well because, he was basically like, the old Macintosh language was you'd be a Mac evangelist, or right, going around telling people about it because it was, an upstart company.
Yeah.
Same kind of thing. They just like brought him on, they put him on payroll. I don't know like to what extent. I don't know that it's his full-time gig.
Wow. Shit, look at that.
So it's so cool. They're all fans that eventually are now working with the studio. Look at that. Yeah.
Damn, that looks so good.
That if you've ever seen like a cow's nose or a bull's nose or a water buffalo, that's legit.
I know, man. I live out in redneck Western New York. I've never seen a cow. Never milked one.
Really?
Shit.
Gonna say,
My uncle had a big
staying
farm.
indoors and never
Yeah.
going outside.
Had goats and a couple horses of my own for a while, so been there, done that.
Fun fact: I was vegan for a long time. Went to the Philippines with a group of folks and like touring them around. We were like up in the, up in the boonies, like meeting people. These are folks who like open their homes to us, and it's like festival, and they're like, "Hey, we're gonna kill a goat. Who from the folks from the United States wants to kill a goat?" None of those meat-eating fools would be willing to do it. So the vegan stepped up to be the one to kill the goat. Wasn't my first time either. Well, sorry, that wasn't a goat. That was a pig. The goat was in. This is for Thanos if he's still here. That was in Orosi, California.
Did you? Did they cook it up like over a fire after you killed it?
Oh yeah, they did the whole thing. They
Awesome.
used the blood stew. And
God, that's good.
sorry for any animal folks, but if I was vegan at the time, I was vegan when I left here. I told myself if they offered me anything, I would eat it, and I did. Man, it's just so good. All the fur detail.
That's what I'm saying. Like the top of that head with the fur on it looks like one of those Texas Longhorns, right? It's exactly the little patch, or Brahma Bull. Which one is that has that little patch of fur up top there? I can't remember now. I think it's the Longhorns.
Man, I would love them to do like a Philippine or a water buffalo. Because it just looks so
Has
cool.
anybody ever done a
horns.
buffalo figure like that yet? Like a buffalo,
like a Western buffalo, like a bison? I don't think so. They're in AWOC, but they haven't made them as figures.
But yeah, a water buffalo or a regular bison would just be awesome for a Minotaur style head.
I got one of those in my living room. Actually, that goat from Orosi. I have the skull.
The skull. It looks like they might have used poor Crotus's head for his hammer after he took out Crotus.
Those are the ones that are hanging from his belt. So cool.
Now, is he Noble Bear or is he Sons?
Noble Bear.
Noble Bear.
He's been on the back of that, the card backs for that wave, Advent of Decay, where the Noble Bear was introduced.
Is that the gorilla skull that's down in the bottom left?
It looks like the same one from that thing from N.E.W.S.
That hammer is just so well sculpted. Man.
Nice. Yeah, this is the painter in the studio. He was just saying like those are the same ones that came from N.E.W.S. And so he said I made sure to paint them in the standard bone color so that you can put them on. I was like, oh, there's a 4 Horsemen standard bone color.
They've done enough.
$60.
They've done enough with bone. I mean, you can't beat that for that size figure though. $60 with all that detail. Jeez.
It's cheaper than my Zezre Minotaurs.
Mm-hmm.
Which I think I might. There's a part of me that might cancel them. I don't know. We'll see. Which is too much lately.
But that's the problem now, right? Everything that's coming out between like Mythic and all the other regular brands, and then you got all these third-party things that are just coming out that are just insanely cool, like the Zezre and the War Bears and
Yep. Fury Planet.
The ogres and the Fury Planet. I follow Memory Toys on Instagram, and they just been posting some awesome pictures of their stuff lately.
I haven't seen anything. What do they got going on?
They've been posting pictures of like the ogre and some of the war bear pictures, but like just
that's rad. Yeah, when we were talking about the water buffalo, I was like, oh yeah, AWOC has it in the comic book. I know nothing, so I wish they would do it. But for the Void, that was something I've been sitting on for a couple of months. And in the last episode of AWOC Talk, Monkey Business over on Adams, the prompt was like, what are figures that you want to see come out? And I was like, dude, we can't do that. Like, we're gonna sit here and like,
yeah,
it would get awkward and be like, I don't know. I just didn't know if we could like pull it off and lie, but I think I pulled it off okay with the Void. I was like, yeah, I want to see the Void.
Yeah. It's hard when you know something's coming and you're all excited about it at the same time. If someone says, do you know if it's coming? You're like, no, it's not. I don't know. I don't know nothing.
Well, these days, man, my memory's so bad that I just like, no. It's kind of easy to fake it because I don't remember anyway. Yeah, and that's Walter, who is again started and runs the Mythic Legions Cabal. Super chill dude, like very California in that way. But got to meet him in May at that same thing, and just like super friendly. And so yeah, they're talking about how on Sundays, con exclusive figure is actually based on him. Let me see if I can pull that out. Walter the Mad. He's like, yeah, don't make me cry on camera. Did it freeze? It's not scrolling. No? Oh, I'm on the wrong window. Duh. That's Walter on the left. So that's Eric from the studio, Cornboy from the studio. These two are actual horsemen. Jeremy, who is the marketing person now and has been. Let's see.
I talked to Jeremy for a little while at PowerCon. He's an awesome dude.
Oh, that's rad. Yeah, he seems like it. I've never met him.
I was cashing out, and this girl was in line behind me. And that's the girl I told you guys about on the Clubhouse about. She drove like 4 hours to get her boyfriend the exclusives for PowerCon, and then was cashing out and going to drive back the 4 hours to wherever she came from just for the exclusives, right? And Jeremy said something really funny, like he could have probably got them easier and cheaper, like the secondary market or something, right? She's like, he needed them today. It's like, oh, okay. So then him and I were just talking about, the stuff. I think I just picked up a bunch of
yeah, and then she went home and yelled at him. You mean I could have?
Yeah. She did, right?
I would have.
You're gonna be treating me to a bunch of dinners after this, pal.
Yeah, he's talking to the painter. That's Sherry, and I don't know this guy's name. And I forget Sherry's name all the time. Here's this. So these are the exclusives this weekend. This is the exclusive tomorrow. And this will all be available in retail The only difference, you won't have this bloody translucent head. And then this is the second one. And so I'm bringing this up because this is Walter Hagen from the Mythic Legions Cabal, who was speaking before this guy. This is the tribute figure that they made of him. It's a 2-pack. He's the one character that straddles both Mythic Legions and Cosmic, the world of Mythos and Cosmerium. And they even kind of tried to write some lore about it. But
when I first saw that astronaut with the skeleton head, the skull, I thought that was so cool looking. Yeah,
I know. I don't have someone trying to grab this for me, but I might. I don't know. But it has I love that they actually are using the logo of the Cabal on the figure. Yeah. So the Cabal exists in both.
That shield is the same shield that came with the Cosmic I just got.
Yep, this is the like riot police looking thing.
Yeah. Totally different paint job, of course, but it's the same shield.
And yeah, Walter's out here in California, so I don't know if he picked up on the Sons of the Red Star and House of the Noble Bear California connection either. Man, yeah, that I knew that part of that was going to be this too, of just like watching, you know. Oh, good call. Yes.
Time Bandits.
Yes.
Love Time Bandits.
Thanos, you're vegan? Okay. So
yeah, I think he said something about that recently.
Okay. There you go. Yep. Man, I was that kid looking at Mac User and Macworld, checking off all those boxes, Johnny, to get all the free garbage that got mailed to me. Yeah, so Josh, yeah, the ogre builders. Any builder figure in Legions is gonna be exactly that. They're unpainted. They're intentionally unpainted. Gives them a cheaper price point, and they're kind of the notion is that hey, for customizers you can do it, but all of these full release figures are always painted to the nines. They've got talented people doing it, and
the sad part is like we talked about in the clubhouse, that even the Legion builders that have less paint still look incredible with the paintwork. It's like,
yep. It does. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too, because it's got the hairy fur.
That's what it is, the Highland cow. I knew there was that one that had a little patch of hair on top. Thanks, Aaron.
The Walter banner, yeah. Astronaut is sick. They're going to bring in their next thing. Thank you for joining us for G-Con 2023 live watch along on the Brick Something channel. I again don't want to steal the thunder. Check out if for whatever reason you haven't heard it before, I'll put it in here. Check out their stuff. And now they are bringing on David Williams. He was the one who painted those heads that I showed earlier. Super talented artist. Tattoo artist too. Let's see what I got. That's a David Williams. He's done some dope art. I have some prints of his. So yeah, David, and then you've got folks from My Wife's Gonna Kill Me podcast and Legions Lounge. Oh, dude, we're going deep in the Asian influence armor. Some of that is Sun Wukong.
Look at that. That looks like the red scarf thing that came on Mask of the Red Death too.
There is one on Sun Wukong too, though. That I think is.
Yep, that's
might
true.
be.
That's right. Yep.
There's this, the armor, but that face looks dope. But I'm just like, man, didn't I just pre-order that? Did you see that third party or that import orc in samurai armor?
Yep.
I was like, oh god, look at that color pop.
Damn.
Yeah, they're looking at reuse. He's saying, like, man, we keep creating armor pieces more and more, and it's to the point where we're almost sort of forgetting to bring some of these back. This is largely Sun Wukong, like in that piece in the.
Yeah, I was gonna say even like the feet kind of resemble it, don't they?
Yeah, it's just different. Although this doesn't have his pauldrons, so I believe those might be the same pauldrons that came with him. I just don't have them on right now. That head is cool. Okay, so this is another new race. I was gonna say that orc doesn't look like an orc, so it's not an orc. It's something else. Yeah, he said similar soft goods to Monkey King.
Yeah, that's right. It had to be Monkey King, not Master Red Death, because Red Death's scarf goes over its head. It's a hood. It's not just a scarf.
That's right.
It's Wukong's that's I was thinking of, yeah.
Oh, God.
Oh, man.
This I'm even more convinced by. That head. I think the first one I was kind of like, wait, this feels really familiar. And I'm really like, yeah, because it's basically Sun Wukong. Damn, that headpiece is dope. Look at those, the horns, the two little horns, and these bigger.
That is such a cool picture, too, though.
Someone's going to light that up from the inside.
Oh, that's totally Asian influence right there. I mean, that looks like is it the Kodo Bakui masks or whatever the hell they're called? What are those masks called?
The red mask with the tusks. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I don't know what they're called from Japan. Oh, like the yokai. Yokai Nari.
Yep.
The ghost of a demon.
What is it saying? What does it say about a ghost of a demon?
Oh, sorry. So this is the bio, and it's just saying that yokai nari do not sleep, eat, or have any other tangible needs. Oh, because it is saying that they are said to be the ghost of a demon.
That's really funny.
Ooh, look at those.
The one character coming out from Monster Force has a red mask that's like that, and they're called the 13th Ghost, and they're actually the ghost of a demon. Female.
Well, I think that's where it's coming from. It's coming from the yokai, which I think in Japanese are, so that they call it yokai nari. That head is so good. That's Flea from the Red Hot Chili Peppers. What was he? He was in what was the name of his character from Back to the Future? Who knows? What was Flea in Back to the Future?
I can't think. The movie I always think of with Flea is when him and Anthony Kiedis were in that one movie where they drove the monster truck, and it was like they were trying to stop.
That's you mentioned it last time, and I thought it was the surfing movie Point Break, but you're saying it's more of a comedy, and I don't remember what that was. But
yeah, I can't remember what it is either. I have to check that out because it's driving me crazy. Every time I think about him, that's all I think about.
yeah, David's up there. They usually bring people up that sort of have some connection, like the dwarf guys or Nate and the previous one where he previewed that figure in packaging. David is a tattoo artist who I know has done all sorts of tattoos, but some traditional Japanese. I wonder if he'll speak on the yokai. Yeah, those are translucent horns. I was saying earlier, I'm sure someone's going to figure out a way to drill it out and put an LED in there and light it from the inside. Man, this stuff is so cool. This is
that movie was called
Masters
The
Universe.
Chase. Ooh, it was called The Chase, and it has Charlie Sheen as the star.
Oh, I don't think I've ever seen it.
But they drive this monster truck, and they're just like crazy ass rednecks, and you know how Flea is already. Because too funny.
That sounds familiar. I feel like I don't know.
You've probably seen it because it was one of those shows that back in the 90s was on like HBO and all those, like every weekend.
And a huge Chili Peppers fan, so I was like, oh, I want to check that out. Like hardcore Chili Peppers fan in high school. And that's how, I was playing bass. That was my first instrument. No, my first piano was my first instrument. And Josh has it from, he was in Lebowski. Via nihilists, we believe in nothing. Hey, Ray. How's it going? Oh, I need to check that out. That's right. Thanks for reminding me. I saw that he was on.
Oh yeah, you know what? Right.
And Gaz caught it earlier. We were just reading.
Yeah, there it is.
So, but they were both in that.
Yeah.
Anthony was in it too.
That was at the height of like when they were first exploding, on their second. What was that song they had out then?
It's probably from Blood Sugar Sex Magic.
Yeah, Blood Sugar Sex Magic. That's
Give It Away.
Yeah, Give It Away.
And then the slow one. Sometimes
Under the Bridge.
Under the Bridge, yeah. Sorry, I totally made fun of his list. My bad.
Yeah.
I love that pose too. The sort of like he's this dancing demon, but brute. The way they described him was that he's like a brute.
Awesome the way he looks.
It's all Trevor. I want to see. Oh yeah, those are the same swords. I just wanted to see them in their sheath. Sheath? No, that's for knives. Scabbard? Or did I get those? Scabbard.
But it can be called a sheath for a sword too. It works for both. But most of them call it
action figures. That's all I know of anything. These weapons.
Right.
Oh, Trevor's having fun with this one foot thing. What did he do here? He photoshopped a stand. Probably has a. That's so cool. The Dutch angle and everything.
I love that helmet with the tassel out the top.
Yeah, I did too.
Awesome.
Yeah, that's Nate, the other Nate. I don't know what this Nate's last. Nate Corona 4, I think is. He's a co-host on Legion's Lounge. He's also a photographer, buddy of Trevor's. So super talented photographer as well. Just like the pound per pound level of talent in this community is just super inspiring.
That weapon is awesome. That long sword weapon.
Yeah,
I know
I
there's
love
a
it.
name. I know there's a name for it. I can't remember what the hell it is right now, but
I don't remember it either, and I don't know because it has like it's a weird thing where I'm like, is this Chinese or Japanese? Because with the Sun Wukong, they definitely went more Chinese. But anyway, just in the recent thing, everyone here, if you haven't already, you should check out on Netflix this thing called Blue Eye Samurai, a animated series. Incredible. But they talk about that weapon in particular, or this kind of weapon, staff with a blade, and how it's good when you're outnumbered.
yeah.
And
But I think
anyway.
China and Japan both had a version of that.
Yeah.
Just the shape of the blade was a little different, I think, is what the biggest difference was.
Blade on a stick, but yeah. Yep. Josh, I'm keeping this up here for a reason. That's exactly. So that album came out in high school. I was a fan of theirs since like the 6th grade from Mother's Milk. But then that album came out, and then that documentary, Funky Monks, of their filming that Blood Sugar Sex Magic in a house in the Hollywood Hills with Rick Rubin. That was everything, man. I got that. My family got that for me as my Christmas present that year, and I watched it straight up like all night, and then tried to learn because they would release tracks on that hadn't been released yet, and I was like learning the bass lines, and yeah, good stuff. Definitely Blue Eye Samurai. Blue Eye, not blue-eyed. Did you like it, John? It's good. The first episode was free on YouTube too, if you don't have Netflix.
I'll have to check that out. I haven't watched that one yet either.
Yeah, man. This, I mean, definitely like I'm coming down a little, just the shock of all these like, but it's just amazing to this is the same thing last year. By around this time, I was like, man, what's going on? And trying to figure out, should I do this? Should I do an all in? Should I get learn? This is gonna be up for a month, so I'm not gonna think about it. I got to move some things around and figure it out. Like I said, I can reconsider the Zezrai Minotaurs and some other stuff, but yeah. Anyway, Josh was saying, Josh, my man, look at this. That was your senior year in high school. Learned a lot of that on guitar. Yep. And that was the beginning of the sort of like, John, their guitarist, descent back into drugs and heroin use. That was ugly for a while. But yeah, so you were a senior. Let me think. I was a senior in 1993, 94. So we may be the same age. Born in 76. Congratulations. Somebody just got some cosmic legions.
It came. It finally came.
How big of an order did you get, Aaron? What did you get?
I know. I think he said his horseman was coming today.
Oh, Headless Horseman. Nice.
Yeah.
Is Hella Dope carrying everything that the studio is putting out now?
Yeah, they missed a couple of shots like in the earlier days, like the Cosmic 2, they missed out on that because of they were just when they opened, they were too late. But since that, they have all of it, yes.
Okay.
Or they will be getting all of it anyways.
That's awesome. Yeah, I hope they like working with I am kind of curious what that relationship's like. I've heard great things from other shop owners, but I know it is.
They have good relationships. You know, the only downside they said so far was like going to PowerCon and trying to sell Mythic Legions when they're there.
Yeah.
You know, it's just. But You're going to run into that no matter where you go, right?
Per Jeremy J, I'm reading the little notes that warn me with my figures to warm them up. So I'm doing that. And then I'm going to put it back in here and completely ignore it and take the risk because I'm dumb. God, this is the way to do it. I've got figures here. Again, I'm reminded of the quality. I remember seeing these things being shown, and they're better in the sense that I can move them, I can play with them. God,
like I said, the detail on that suit is just mind-blowing.
100%. And again, just reuse. This is like the same as that Dubon Ranger guy, but they put it into space. Love these pauldrons, more techie stuff. This is great. Between Mythic and Cosmic, you mash them up and you've got Cosmic of the Universe, Mythic of the Universe. I don't know if you go for deep, Ray, if you do like guns and stuff too. You must, I mean, you're a Joe collector, but again, I haven't paid attention, but I bet there's been Cosmic Legions weapons packs as well that I just have not at all been on my radar. So
Cosmic, I don't think they've done Legion or weapons pack shit. That I do know. Except for that one that's coming out now, the generator kit.
That thing's wild. God, I love that, man. My only thing is I do wish that he didn't have the exact same armor combo as Sun Wukong.
Yeah.
Like some variety. I think that's what took me out for. I was like, wait, this feels really familiar. But the other thing with these...
The other thing, though, is if you look at it from their point of view, right? Wukong is part of a Figure Obscura line. He's not part of Mythic Legions, so...
Yeah.
I mean, that sounds kind of crappy, like Hasbro's excuse that the retro line is not the classified line, but
it's like, what Mythic Legions collector is not getting Figure Obscura, but sure.
Right.
Yeah, this suit is so good.
If they gave this guy 4 arms, he'd be a perfect example of those aliens from that John Carter of Mars movie that was out from Disney.
I wish that movie did better.
I like that movie. I actually enjoyed
did too, and it just had some really weird marketing stuff behind the scenes.
Yeah, they had no idea what they were doing with that movie. Was the problem.
They got scared.
Yep. They spent a shit ton of money on it too, which didn't help.
But of course, like that source material between that and Conan, I want those things to do well, and it just... a company like Disney does something like that, and then it doesn't do well. Like they get jittery, and I guess I'm not going to use that again. I can feel the tightness on this. I really should heat it, but again, I'm not. I'll just go slow, loosen. Huh.
Oh, look at that. With his weapon and his staff.
Yeah. He's like, hey, I love this design. I didn't invent Chinese mountain armor, but damn, does it look good and take dry brush well. So good. So yeah, I get that. Like they tease these things, they reveal these things, and it's going to be like maybe a year and 2 months before they come out. But we're at the stage now where it's not like you're not going to have access to some great current Four Horsemen figures.
That's the same helmet canopy that's on the Tusk guys, yeah.
I'm not sure. I don't have any,
Oh,
but maybe it looks the same as the one that's on
it does look the same.
main blue guy when he's in the orange suit.
Okay, so that is the same.
But I don't have an eye for that yet because these things are so detailed.
Yeah.
That there's often just like a couple little shifts in shape that
You got the main blue guy in the orange suit with the full helmet and everything. That head is so awesome. I love how many different options you have for that because you got the big bubble helmet, then you got the small helmet, and then
exactly. I love how this works. So it's got this, but it also has this little extra cloth piece in here.
Yep.
You can get that cool looking scarf. Looks so good without the armor. Oh, kills me because I was like, I want to put a different head on him, but this looks so good too.
That head looks really good that way without the
because it gives you more of the contrast of the shape, right? Gets lost in that thing. So, again, real talk, I love these figures. I would absolutely love for that knee joint to move more. I wouldn't be mad at it. I would be thrilled. But as is, I'm good with it. Like, because this is giving me things in the sculpt and the paint that a lot of figures that I have that do have that double joint are lacking. It's just kind of evens out.
That's where it comes down to, right? You got to balance between, do you want it to really, really look good or pose really, really good? And that's where, like a G.I. Joe Classified or a Valaverse figure, the military uniforms lend to that better articulation, better than armor or, a cloth, spandex pair of pants or something, right? Or not spandex, but tight pair of pants, man.
Oh, so good. What have we gone? Four figures? Well, there's a 2-pack in there. 2-pack, 5 figures so far.
5 figures.
Probably got another 3.
Yeah, 5 figures with the 2-pack and then the 2 sword set or weapon sets, rather.
Give me a creature. That's Sherry. Painting master.
Well, we gotten a creature. We gotten the Minotaur, right?
Right. Fair enough. I want a bear, man.
I know. I'd love a bear. I'd love a bear, and I'd love for them to do a wolf.
Because last year they did Necronomus. They revealed that there was a horse, and they had that other like creature thing, as well as a little pup that came with one of them. Then we're like, okay, that's once in a lifetime. Who knows? Then they release the Cosmic Legions, and there's a whole other 4-legged creature in that with escape back. So
that type of creature would be awesome. I would love like that type of creature for sure.
Yeah, like they're willing to do new things and new scopes. So I'm like, bear? Oh, that's awesome. Winnie the Pooh. House of the Noble Bear. I love it. House of the Noble Pooh Bear.
Well, you might be getting your bear now that they got him out there with his Pooh shirt on.
These boots are hot.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I want those. They remind me of my Palladiums, but not metal, all rubber. Man, it's all about that pop and swap. Like, oops, it's warm. Man. Oh, how do you pronounce that? Neve?
It's Nev Campbell.
Nev Campbell. He said some people expected bear, but he said, but not in this one. No. Okay, yes. This is my other thing. Was a barbarian, woman barbarian with the Vorga buck. I think that is
Yep.
the more buff Vorga from Cosmic Legions. I've got
They
what I
hinted about
wanted.
this already, though, too.
They
so
just need to give me the bear.
Yeah.
Give me the bear, and I got everything I wanted. I put it in a community tab too, and I think in the description of this. Bears with a bear. Oh, she looks so good. Just different proportions, like thick. Cool little medallion piece. Yes.
She needs one of those white sheep cloaks.
Agreed. I'm not so into when they throw helmets on barbarians. Cassia was like that. In this Cassia, and they, yeah.
Especially
like
a lot of the
knight's
helmets.
helmet.
Yeah, a lot of the helmets they choose are more knight associated helmets. They're not just like dome caps that like a barbarian actually might have worn. But.
Right. Oh my god, that is awesome. And people are going to take this figure and just customize. Because those are new legs. Man, that boot style.
Well, the customizing section of Mythic Legions have been dying for a new female that's, built like that. They've been begging for a while.
Mm-hmm. Top to bottom, new parts, the new torso for a 2.0. 2.0 is Legion's like terminology for the thinner buck, the non like bro buck. But now they're saying, yeah, this is a thicker version of that. I thought it was going to be all Vorga, but they give new stuff.
Well, they couldn't go full Vorga, right? Because that wouldn't leave
Well, it's
enough
the same thing. It's a 1.0 female, so it's 1.0 like these versus the 2.0 thinner buck.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean in terms of like design elements and stuff?
Yeah, but I mean, like,
you're right.
Vorga's got a full cloth suit on, right?
Yes.
Not cloth, but I mean cloth.
Did you see the shield with the arrows in it? I didn't catch it the first time.
No. Oh, sweet.
How do you keep those things from breaking off?
I wonder if they're magnetized or if they slide into a hole. Looks like a hole. So they're probably just shafts. That is such a cool effect, though. Damn.
Yeah, he said there's ports in them for the arrows.
Yeah.
You get some extra ones. Oh yeah, there's other holes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so you can fill it up. That's awesome. Oh, she looks fantastic.
What's that up by her pauldrons, that round thing? Is that a medallion?
Yeah, it was a medallion that was hanging on her belt.
Oh, man, that face looks so good.
It's on her back.
That face would look good with those Mezco barbarian heads.
Exactly, the paint.
Along with it, yeah, they've got that blue stripe.
Former gladiator, $37. Boo. She was exotified by her Mercurian captors.
I guess that would be N.E.W.S, right? That's what that
I
little
didn't hear
swoop
how
over
he's.
the.
I think he's been saying like, yeah, he hasn't been saying it like that, but that's how I would have thought too. He's saying nieve,
Nieve.
which is snow in Spanish, Nieve, nieve.
Yeah. They don't have the little swoop over top of the end to give it that "nye" sound though.
Whew. Yeah. How you doing, Aaron? Are you still there? Because you said you were passing on that one. I wonder, are you passing on more? Oh, we're skipped a bunch. My
Yeah.
bad. Where we at? Okay.
I see Aaron pop in and say, I see lots of potential there. Yeah.
You're thinking like a customizer. Love it. All right, here we go. Oh, you graduated in 92. I graduated in 94. Man, yeah, we're all in the same area.
Yeah, we're all a bunch of old guys still playing with toys.
Oh, so he got the rest of that Cosmic Legions wave. Actually, let me listen to Sherry talk about the painting. Yeah, she's stunning and strong, she said. Oh, I love that. And it's not solid. It looks like rough, like, paint. I love that it's not like a stark white either, like a dark gray.
Damn. Payne just sent me a picture of that AWOC hyena.
Of the wave
3 or 4, whatever one that came with.
uh-huh. I actually didn't get anything from that. Restraint. Yeah, see, that's what I wonder. Is like, how does she, as the painter, thank you. Sorry, I hope that wasn't too loud. How does she then communicate it to the factory, and how do they break it down in terms of like order of operations to replicate this?
Well, I know like the face is usually a tampo a lot, but like, where it's kind of like it's just put on, right? It's a position the head and put it on. It's like it's a process. But these guys don't look like they use that, right? I'm talking about like for like classified and stuff.
Yeah,
right?
for classified, they're using pad printing, which is like the Tampo, which is the brand, right?
Yeah.
Or Lego was doing that. This is like hand done. Yeah, I'm just looking at this. There's nothing you're printing on here. Maybe the logos. They'll do Tampo for like the.
Oh, I'm sure the like what logos.
But yeah, like how do you?
But even those look good. I mean, like look at this shield. It looks exactly like someone spray painted that logo. Let me try getting it right here. It looks like that's
so
legit
cool.
spray painted. I mean, it's all faded and everything else. I keep going the wrong damn way with my camera.
That's amazing to me. And again, I just maybe I don't even know. Maybe there's a quicker, more precise way of doing it. But like, I want to know how they just send you the picture of the paint master, or do they show you like the order, because color order and what goes on when matters? Huh. There's that medallion.
Well, the other thing is they're not using like, just stock colors. You know what I mean? It's
Mhm.
not like even this
Mixing.
white. It's not just white, right? It's
Mhm.
white 1275336, whatever the hell it is, right? It's like it's so crazy. And then, like you said, how do they get it so it's perfect?
Hey, Ken. Ken's got his Headless Horseman on the way too. Cool. You're getting the Scooby Doo one, the dope, like awesome colorway one. Josh got his first AWOC figure from Hella Dope recently. Awesome. Super quick to PA. I think you meant thank. Thank was the word you were looking for, Josh. No, just kidding. Glad you got some AWOC in your life. Thanos got some Cosmics from Hella Dope. And Cosmic did do a weapons pack. Thanos is saying. Absolutely, Ray AWOC. Great quality. Ooh, who's looking like Garrus Vicarian from Mass Effect? This one, right? Is that? I don't know Mass Effect, but I'm assuming based on what I know of it. Maybe not.
I don't know who that is either.
Agreed, Lucha. Yes, the fig brick just shows. So it must have been this guy. Gonna open Pale later. Nice. Came the same day as Mike Cosmic, all in. So they.
I'll show this to Ken.
Look, check that out, Ken. That's what you're looking at.
The thing is gigantic, Ken.
The color. Open up the box again because the color on that was gorgeous.
First of all, check out this backdrop, dude.
Oops. Overlay don't quite work. Forgot. See, now you guys know my secrets. How I laid this out to hide that browser.
And then,
see, that thing is so cool.
Even this picture on the back is pretty dope.
Man. Nate. You're doing
and the
the
pumpkin
God's
is awesome
work,
because it's got a smiling pumpkin face and then one that's got like the flames and the mean face. It's so cool.
Hey, Chase is saying hi earlier. I don't know if you saw that. Travis posted that. He was watching and says hi. That's his son, I'm assuming.
Oh,
that
Chase.
You met at PowerCon.
Travis said. Travis.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right on, Fat Red Foo. Have a great Friday.
Later, Fat Red Foo.
Yeah, these are dope boots. Yeah, they're definitely there, that vibe. And yes, Nieve looks amazing. Snow. I see lots of potential there. I'll be watching your career quite closely. Agreed about those AWOC figures, man. The material's great. The plastic's solid. And again, they're different from, say, these. This is like paint head to toe. AWOC, not so much, but they still look amazing. It's perfect for the sort of like illustrated aesthetic that they go for too.
That's the thing, right? AWOCs are going for a like an animated type of look, right? A toy, a real toy look, right?
Yep. Whereas
Mythic is going a very realistic look, but AWOC does it so well. I mean, and the quality. The only issue I've ever had with an AWOC figure is Thane's hammer starts to warp, and it's because that head is so big.
Yes, and Kayla's not here to enjoy that comment.
That's right. I'll bring
she reminds me of Mule the Lioness from Skyrim, which I've never played. I've only watched.
Yep. That's another thing that's been around that's never had true action figure line made for it either.
Nice. So Josh is saying I'm tempted to put some Legions up for trade for AWOC. Never thought I'd consider that. But between the story and the modularity, I'm pretty well sold on the line. Yeah, man. They're both lines are fantastic. Articulation, AWOC takes the cake. I love how those figures move. Yeah.
I've got my
you totally are, Ray.
So it's amazing. Well, you saw some of them riding the horse, standing up.
Yeah, love that. As a toy enthusiast, it's a great story. AWOC, absolutely. I love her hair too. Got the detail on those braids and the different sort of like this going back, these on the side.
She has a really young looking face too, just like you were saying about the dwarf, right? So.
Yes.
It's California. That's why plastic surgery. It's the noble bear. That's why.
That's more of a Southern California thing. No, I'm just kidding. As someone who grew up there, I'm aware. Let's see. Kendar. It doesn't look like Garas. It looks like Kendar. That must be a thing.
Yeah, I think that's from the what the hell they just say?
Mass Effect. I played it once, and it's really cool. It's huge. It's sprawling, but I didn't stick with it. I don't have a system. The only system we have now, finally, we got like a modern system, was a Nintendo DS. No,
You got
is
a
that what it's
DS or
called?
Switch?
Switch. I had a DS. That I had. I love that.
I bought the Nintendo Switch handheld for my second daughter, like 2 years
Mhm.
ago. Man, what a great little handheld gaming system that is.
You're talking about the one that is only a handheld, or
Yeah,
that is
yes.
mainly a handheld.
Yeah, just the handheld one.
They're great. It's the same. It's effectively the same. I don't know what the processor difference is, if anything. Here's the alt head of this guy with his mouth open.
I don't like that head, that version of it. I don't like
You
the
don't like the
version with
open
his
head?
mouth. Yeah, with his mouth open.
Too scary.
It just looks too cartoony. It looks like some monster from an 80s cartoon that I watched.
But
I mean,
it's
I'm
got
sure
that
the right
hyper
lighting and the
detail.
right packaging, or the right picture, it could probably be really cool and scary looking. But excuse me, sir, did you warm that figure up before you put him in that pose?
Nope. I did not. Gotcha. And yeah, that's a Switch Lite.
Yes.
I can hear Zelda playing next to me. He just discovered something. Amazing. Hands, pegs. What else we got here? Guns. Oh, yeah. Get to the guns. I actually wrote off this character when it first came out. I was like, I'm not interested in that. What do I know? Nothing.
That's the problem with a lot of these cosmics and mythics, though, is like some of them you're just like, yeah, I don't really care about that. Then I know Payne said it quite a few times. I just bought the wave because it's cheaper, and I figured if I didn't like this figure, I'd throw it away. And then it ends up being like his favorite figure. It's like,
God, look at that. Oh,
that picture's so cool with the arrow sticking out. That's an awesome effect.
what
I have to find that shield and just do it.
Yeah. What a great job on that boot. The idea of having it be a mid calf cut. That is so cool. And the way they raise the fur above it. So cool. This might bother me a little. It's a hard plastic or a rubber piece.
The loincloth thing.
Yeah. It looks great aesthetically. It's what bothers me is when you're in a situation like this and gravity isn't quite working.
Yeah.
That's what bothers me. Nerd.
It's weird how they
overly
choose,
particular
right?
nerd.
Like this guy here, he has this one, which is plastic.
Yes.
But then he has this red cloth over top of it, right? It's like,
but the one you pointed out wasn't it? It's not really. Is it meant to be cloth? It looks like it could be some other material, though, right? Like a hard material, like an armor.
No, that's definitely a cloth thing.
Oh, it is.
No, that could actually be scales. Now that I'm looking at it.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So it's like that kind of works for me when that stuff happens.
Okay. I was thinking it was cloth when I first looked at it, but now that I look at it closer, it looks like it's scales from a tail. It's probably that guy's tail that you got. This guy's a murderer. He went somewhere and killed a goat.
It's not a murderer. That's sacrifice for everyone to have dinner.
Oh,
I haven't played the latest Zelda, but I love Breath of the Wild. Yeah, that's Tears of the Kingdom, and it is in fact the shiz. That is scientifically accurate. John,
so this guy's
that,
got a tiny little
that's what makes
medallion
me.
on, and
Uh-huh.
there's actually like details in the medallion of like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different little shapes in there. I mean, you can't even see the medallion; it's so small.
I wonder if it's. Oh, okay. I wonder if that's the symbol of. Maybe not. It looks a little different. That's cool. See, I haven't even gotten deep into the lore, and they haven't gotten too deep into the lore either. There's a
No,
lot of mystery. There's a general story, but
I don't usually follow the lore of any of the toy lines I collect because I just make all my own. It's like
well, you've been going deep into Monster Force on the channel, right? You started
Monster
doing like
Force I
those
have,
things.
yeah, because that whole thing is just blown my mind. But
It's cool.
yeah,
Especially after wave one, I was kind of like, because again, it was like a little too of this world in the like, he's wearing a suit
yeah,
or he's wearing, and so that wouldn't really kind of work with what's going on over here. But some of the more military sci-fi stuff, and then
they
of
definitely
course, like
took
the more
this. They
monstrous.
took part 2 of Wave 1 and blew it up
Mm-hmm.
with what they've offered. But I just love the whole mythos. Like I love Egyptian mythology. You know, they
Mm-hmm.
got the Apophis Legion based on the world devouring demon, and you know, the Forgotten King was a horrible pharaoh, so they like buried him and said, you know, never mention his name in history books again. And
Yep.
then you got the whole monster thing, and I've always been a Van Helsing fan, and it's like all that's it's like everything I could ever dream of together, except for you know maybe some aliens, which they might get them in there at some point in time.
Oh, I'm sure.
And
And
then
that
I saw
whole
Sasquatch at PowerCon. That totally sold it for me. I was like, yeah, Sasquatch, I gotta have.
right. So you've seen that, and you have the Memory Toys War Bear.
Yep.
What was your? Did it feel different enough? Because that head is very unique, right?
Yes, it's the head and the overlay totally change it because I think it's got like a neck overlay. So
Mm-hmm.
when the head goes on, it sits down, covers up the
Okay.
bare chest, right? So it totally changes the way that looks. And of course, they gave him more like human type hands, but kept them the size they were.
Oh, they don't have the big claw
They don't have the big
things.
claw on him. He might come with extra hands because he's got hands to hold the
The gun,
humongous rotating
the BFG.
minigun. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. See, this is tight going in, so I'm going real slow and probably not gonna do it in. And until I get those in properly, I can't put this back on.
This guy came with shoulder pauldrons too, but I don't know why you'd want to put them on him.
Because it really, you lose that thin
Yeah.
silhouette.
Now, like if you're going to make an army of warriors for him, I could see it, right? But the pauldrons are great because it definitely gives the characters beef. But like even like Kratos, I don't have his pauldrons on because it just bulks the character up too much.
I love Kratos.
And as
Yeah, agreed.
As a pan type of creature, you want him light and fast.
Mm-hmm. That's how it would work in real life.
That's right. How my world.
I have a buddy from high school. He was like my one comic book guy. There's one, or at least maybe we never found any others, but he and I were like the two that. And he's an artist now. Does some great work. But I remember one of these things that he said, and we had this reality check. He's like, "What?" He's looking at a comic book. He's like, "The Hulk wouldn't do that in real life." And you kind of stop. And it's just like, "Oh, we've gone too far."
I remember when I was a kid, I have two uncles that they grew up in the time of like the original G.I. Joe, late 60s, early 70s time, right?
Yep.
And then when me and my brother, and I have a cousin that's exactly my age. My brother's a couple years older than me. And then we have another cousin that's like 2 years younger than me. So there's like four of us, all boys, all around the same age. And it was one Christmas, we got a bunch of toys and we're all playing, and my younger cousin like picked up some guy and was like doing some super fly like repeated kick in the air, and my brother being the oldest, he was like at that point where he was like about out of toys, he's like, you could never do that in real life. And my uncle's like, you're playing with aliens, you're not gonna find it. Like, what the hell are you talking about?
Totally.
I'll never forget that though. You wouldn't do it in real life. You're not in real life. You realize that?
Well, it should be, damn it.
Yeah. Of course, he was the same uncle that always picked on the fact that the Joes are small. Your little Joes suck. Big Joes are the best.
Who are they bringing them now? Oh, there. God, that figure looks so
bring
good,
out the
man.
bear.
I hope so.
He's so big, it's going to be a mount for her to ride.
What did I say? Hold on. Oh, CJSM. There's CJ of CJSM who does the soft goods. And then the other two Legions Lounge folks. I'm assuming, is it Trevor Nate or Trevor Bill? Oh, no. Sorry. Legion's Lair, which I need to check out. I think that's on Facebook. Bear. No, it's got to be something with
soft goods.
It's got to be a V2 scapular or the Amir. That's a lore pull. That's why these guys are there. Because they read the short story that this character is from. Oh, reveals. I am not a big enough nerd to know why that matters, but everyone's going, oh. So they left out his last name in the story. People are going wild. Oh, it might be because it's his real name. It is. Sorry. That's what it was. It's a tribute to him.
Travis is asking you what Pale's twin's name is.
Blight.
He's talking about Blight? Yeah, that's what I thought he was talking about.
And yeah, not twin, but the clone.
Clone. Yeah. The evil clone.
Yeah, definitely. These are the pauldrons are always tough in terms of movement. They get in there.
You know how I found the easiest way to get pauldrons on?
God, full on soft goods. That's so interesting. I love that scarf.
Is that white sewn right into the scarf?
White.
What are those white, like the white stripes?
It might be light. No, it might. If you're looking on my screen, or
those
are knives.
Knives. Yep. Okay.
Yeah. So I love everything sculpted.
Damn, that looks good.
I will be honest. The robes didn't. They look a little bulky. So that's the weird thing with soft goods for me. I think they look good, but
it has to be done right. That's the problem. And a lot of times in 1/12 scale, they end up being bulky.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like Mezco is one of the few that I've actually seen able to pull it off correctly. Like even their 3-piece suits that the Death Brokers wear is phenomenal.
Yeah. I was waiting for a version 2 figure.
That other guy wasn't out there.
I was hoping for Grisha. I think this is underneath the robes.
Oh, underneath the robes. Okay.
So it's revealed that the Amir I guess. I mean, I might have missed it. Please, someone who was listening closer, please let me know. Yeah, see, he's not a. I know how you feel about the skeletons, but no, man,
Aaron
this
loves
I'm
skeletons.
fully into.
But that helmet, if that's the same guy with the helmet, man, that was awesome. I love that that Japanese style
Oh,
helmet or whatever.
yeah. It looked, maybe it looked more like a Turkish or Ottoman kind of
Turkish, yeah,
thing.
that's the
Yeah.
one. Yep, Ottoman. Yep.
Look at all that.
Somewhere
See,
over across the pond, not here. Even
sorry, Steve,
the shields
you
that
do
same
give it.
design too. It's
Yeah.
that Ottoman style.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. These cool little canisters.
They're throwing in a lot of like realistic, like ancient armor. Into
Well,
this
yeah.
line.
I mean, they've always had like the knights, right?
Yeah,
And so I think they're just going beyond sort of like the Western European thing and really exploring.
yeah. Well, the thing is with knight armor, there's only so much you can do, right? There's only so many ways you can design a helmet. So many horns you can stick into the side of a helmet. This expansion gives them so much more they can do, though.
He's like, now a nope. Good. That's good. You got to exercise the no gene every now and then, Aaron. That's good. Yeah, so thread size, the size of the weave is yes, always throws me off with soft goods. The size of stitching and the individual threads are too big for the scale. Companies need to switch to microfiber for soft goods. I mean, I'm not mad at a lot of these, and they do find like you don't really see it in a lot of these at all.
Mythic Legions does
When you
good.
get to these puffy kind of things like they did, that's where I think it's more of like it's a felt thing that added a bulk on that original
Yeah.
shot we saw. So that thing was just a face mask. So folks, if you were listening better than I was,
You could
can
say
you confirm
we because I wasn't listening either.
was the I statements was the Amir basic and Amir Kaspar, are they saying that underneath it it's actually scapular, which is the head of the Suns faction? This is the second version we've gotten of him. I was gonna say, like, we haven't gotten the a version 2 of the head of House of Noble Bear yet. And I think that's gotta come. And then my bear? Where's my bear? Which is a stretch if they do a bear, but because that's a whole new form factor that they haven't done yet. Big thick foreload. Yeah, the clothes don't lay right a lot of the time either because it just doesn't have the weight that something at 1-to-1 but you can't really do anything about that. 100%, and I think that's where the eye of a talented, person who handles soft goods could figure out, and I feel like for the most part, the team that they work with does a really good job, and that's what I was reacting to when we first saw this figure. I was like, "Ooh, he looks like a puffy, like, I don't know, like a not cute looking doll."
Like,
But
look at this
then
Mezco's
oh,
tux. I mean,
yeah,
jeez.
man, Mesco's
That's soft goods, and it's not bulky on the figure at all.
no, it's perfect. It's, like,
Pants
really
are,
well tailored.
sewn at the bottom, and it's tailored, and it's like the thread is the perfect size, right? It's not
Yeah.
bulky thread.
Okay, let me see here. Oh, it's a deluxe figure, $48.
Okay, so it's definitely the two of them combined. Crypt Breaker 2.
Yeah, I was saying while you were away, this is the first one that we've seen that's a version 2 figure of a previous character. So I wonder if they're gonna do the leader of House of the Noble Bear Part 2. They have to. They haven't released that figure. He's the head of the house, and that sounded weird. And that's one of these things. Give us folks who are newer into the line access to that character. Punk Rock Wildcard. Got it. Yeah, see, bulky. Was that the same robe, I wonder, as Father Christmas?
No.
No?
Yeah, well, it might be, but it doesn't look like it. My Father Christmas is over there in the Christmas dial, so I can't grab it.
That thing is cool. Man, they're talking about this him and the soft goods right now. I'm listening to it. Again, if you want to hear what they're saying, because you can't hear it on our stream, definitely go to the URL I just threw in there. Yeah, I love the faceplate on the mirror too.
Yeah, the faceplate is just awesome.
Hell yeah. Love hearing that Filipino accent on here. This is a cool piece too. Again, contrast of that plastic sort of like scarf thing with the fabric.
I love they got the sword hanging down right across the gut like they used to wear.
This one?
Yeah. Yep.
Mm-hmm. And that's a noisy assassin, though. This guy's jangling for days.
When you're good, it doesn't matter if they hear you coming or not.
Mm. Man. Yeah, this looks great. I'm not convinced by that robe. Sorry, CJ. It feels a little bulky to me. And so you just kind of lose a lot of shape, right? It looks good, but in contrast, especially with these pieces, I don't know. It's a little Migo to me.
The problem is I think it needs to be. You could probably make it look better with a little shaping of it, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Because right now it's set up just like a traffic cone, which is one of the
Yeah.
problems that I have with like the biblical adventure series.
Yes,
That guy,
exactly.
right? Those robes are just too much like
Yeah.
a traffic cone.
Yep. And this, I'm sure, Johnny, I don't know if you're still here, but this kind of speaks to what you're saying. The stitching on that belt would be in real scale would be like these gigantic, like 3-inch stitches.
So the Four Horsemen just posted a picture of that guy in the robe separately on their Instagram.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I think the robe looks bulky, but I think you could definitely, with a little shaping, make it look a lot better. It's just.
I forgot to say that. So the way they usually will do it is so at least I did it for Necronominus. They'll show it here, and then as each figure is revealed, then there's all of this stuff is available on Instagram on their.
That white thing in his belt has like a dragon's head, and it's got to be like a blowgun.
It looks cool. Yeah, yeah.
I zoomed in on it. It's freaking awesome looking. It is like, it looks like it's sculpted ivory for real.
Ivory, totally. Yeah, they're talking a lot of right now about the sort of like how the studio made the jump to this kind of soft goods with CGSM, and just pointing out, like, the old stuff was literally just chopped out fabric and punching holes in it to put the pauldrons through. Super basic, super simple, no stitching really. Yeah, no stitching at all. And they had to kind of work out with the factory and realize what they're actually capable of producing.
It's a lot different also trying to design soft goods that are going to go over top of armor as opposed to just a body, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. That thing is covering
Everything but the pauldrons.
I feel like, to Johnny's point, though, what's bothering me with this is the thick. You see it on the stitch ends where it, like, kind of
Yep.
falls up, so that, like, that's a thicker material than this.
Right.
This is
Yep.
nearly like flat.
Well, I think that was one of the reasons they were trying to go to that thinner wire like they did on the Mask, the Red Death figure. Because it's less they have to fold around, right?
Yeah, but oof, that was no good. That was no bueno. I've heard that on there's been another phase in Cosmic where there's soft goods. I don't know how didn't the AS have soft goods? Do you have like a little thing in front of him?
He's got a little soft skirt thing around him. Yeah, that wire's good though.
It is okay.
Yeah, but it's only this long, right? It's only an inch and a half long, maybe.
Oh, sure.
Whereas the Mask of the Red Death is, a full length scarf type of thing. So.
Trying to get this gun out of this package here.
Yeah,
it's in there pretty good.
It's a struggle.
Huh. Okay, I'm gonna do what I don't normally do, is just cut into this. Oh wait, what? Steed? So they're gonna if they give him a steed, there's no bear.
A steed could be any kind of animal that you ride on.
Yeah, no. But he just pointed out. Yeah, but I think the bear, I'm saying, would have gone with House of the Noble.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yep, you're right. So maybe this would be a dragon, a lizard steed.
Okay. Okay.
Unicorn looking steed, nice.
It's gorgeous, and this is probably one that if I weren't going all in, I would actually pass on.
You got to give Four Horsemen credit also for creating as many horses and then the moose that they've done, right?
I mean, that's not something others do.
No, and it's not like the horses are just like, here's a bridle and a saddle. They got armor on them. They got different manes you can pop in and out, tail shapes. The horse is running, or if it's just trotting, standing still.
Man, I just can't justify this on the. I mean, I'm probably find a way. I'm talking griffins, right? But like that is gorgeous. The whole.
It would definitely be good for an Asian type of armor like that.
Like again, that whole Persian thing, or like the Turkish.
Yep.
Ottoman. What do you call that on a horse? There's a word for it, like all the stuff that they wear. Regalia? No, not Regalia. I don't know. But everything looks cool. And I love this.
I think it. Well, you can call it regalia. I've heard it called that, but
The
it's
tail
gorgeous. But
and the
that, you
ringlet.
know, I guess unless I was going to get like put an actual Persian or Asian type of character on there, I probably would have no use for that horse. Well, at least the accoutrements that go with it. The horse you could always use, right?
Even with scapular, because it's meant to be his.
Well, I mean,
It's-
yeah, if you got him, right? That's what I'm
Yeah, yeah.
saying. The horse is not something you'd buy on its own. Like the horse Boreas is just a plain horse, right? You could buy that horse and use it for any character ever in any line, right?
So he's saying bridle, mini blanket. So I'll go with that too. It's gorgeous. I love those rings.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's cool because he's a skeleton, but he's really into exquisite finery. So perfect.
Hey, just because you're dead doesn't mean you have to give up the finer things in life, right?
See, this is me. Tack or barding. Thank you. See, I knew it. Give me the RPG guy.
Yes,
Yeah.
horse tack. I should know that. I have plenty of
And
people that
barding.
sell that shit around here.
So the bridle and the blanket and stuff would be the tack. The arm and the accessories would be the barding.
Yeah.
Respect. Look at
Fucking
you,
nerd.
Johnny.
Johnny's such a nerd. We love you, man. That's awesome.
And then he's pointing out the nitpicky stuff on the robed emir. It's nitpicky, but even in this promo shot, the version on the left, his left-hand sleeve wouldn't be popping up like that. No, absolutely. And I'm right there with you because I'm looking at this thing and I would struggle if I put this horse in any position and those tassels were defying gravity.
Yep.
Would bother me. Nerd.
I've had that problem with a couple of the plastic things that go on things, like the ropes don't hang like the way they would if gravity was, defying them or whatever, right? Or gravity.
It's hilarious. Again, to go back to your uncle and to my friend, we're like,
yeah,
the gravity doesn't work well when the skeleton is riding it.
Right. But you're talking about a skeleton that's walking around with armor on. Oh, yeah, that's right. Sorry.
And yes, Johnny is a nerd because of the second edition Advanced Dungeons and Dragons Arms and Equipment Guide.
There you go.
Yeah, about war horses. All right, let's go. $60 for the horse. That's
good price.
Jeez.
That's right, because it was 70 something, 74 when I bought Boreas from N.E.W.S. So yeah, I see that what Johnny's talking about, where the robe and the wrist isn't like hanging down. And that's the other thing. Like you see that with plastic figures, especially like in Star Wars and stuff, where they have like the big flowy sleeves and they don't work right when a figure's not standing with his arms,
I hate that.
down to the side. It's like, ugh.
Love it. So there were those within the Sons of the Red Star who thought he had gone mad when he nearly emptied his coffers to acquire a steed he deemed worthy of his station. Dude bought a fancy car. Nice. He secured a unicard from, quote, beyond the shores of Mythos. So I'm already invested in horses because of the Four Horsemen. So I had to have, every quote unquote horseman in the lore that I have, which I'm getting all of them, has to have their actual horses. And then I have the Headless Horseman, and I have Dubon's horse, which I don't know if I'm going to keep. I don't know that I can get this one. It looks great though. Or I don't know that I can keep this one because again, The other strategy with the all-in, if you can swing it, is to then just piece it out and sell stuff.
Well, like you said, there's always people buying, right? And if you're
Mhm.
if you're selling
Yeah.
it just to get your money back and not
Yeah.
at a hoarder's price, you're going to sell it no matter what.
And if you bought it in the pre-order at an all-in, you got a price break. So again, those $37 come down to $33. So either way, you try and sell it at the 37, you make a little for the shipping. Or if you try and get it up to the $45, you're making some money. So oh, they look great together. Did Trevor take shots? Of course he did. Come on, give us scapular on it. Yeah, I've always thought like, okay, as this line goes on, there's so many of them. Are we gonna get sick? Am I gonna get sick of like, okay, yeah, more of the same? But they just keep upping both the quality of the sculpts and, as you pointed out, like they're venturing into new art styles and right, like with the more Eastern armor and everything. And none of this feels like passe to me. Now Templars. Sorry, Curtis. Not my
Templars
thing.
are cool, but Templars are just so mainstream because it's just something that's been in movies and TV and everything else.
Right. You have chosen wisely. Seeing a little paint slop on that unicorn.
So the Dork Lair just posted a picture of the whatever the hell the guy's name is from the first one.
Sorry, none of that was clear. Just posted a picture of whatever the hell the guy's name is from the first one.
The first picture.
Oh, from
Or the
this.
first figure reveal.
Amir.
Right?
Yeah.
The barbarian Viking dude. That's
yeah.
That's the paint sample sitting on the table. Dorkler
Yep.
just put that on his Instagram page.
Yeah. As he was stepping away from the table, you see him taking shots.
Yeah. It is amazing looking up close. And the boots look great. They got fur at the top. They're brown, regular boots.
With the fur.
Yeah. He's got the apple bottom jeans on.
Yeah. Allison is here. Happy Friday. Wait. You call me steamy children of the pumpkin spice daydream. Well done. It's generally steamy and children get a little weird, but sure.
Man, that looks good.
Something's happening. What are they talking about?
See, it's funny though, like with Mythic Legions, there's so many variables of collector in that market, right? You have the guys that collect it and they're just art for them. You have the guys that collect it and it's statues. You have guys like me who just take it and do all sorts of photography with it.
Yep.
And then other people that just kind of, pose it, play it around and
Yep.
just use it as a thing. It's just
and somewhere in the mix there's women that do all those things too. Just kidding.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, it's like Oz just put it in the clubhouse chat that about how he's going to probably just stick to Mythic Legions and Cosmic Legions because it's just giving him everything he wants, right?
It really is. Yeah, I'm seeing all the photos that Thanos is posting in the clubhouse chat too. Very cool. Man. Again, all of the photos that are coming up, they have tables.
Right?
They have not
haven't
done
an
a
actual unicorn, right? They did that
No,
one that
this is
had
the
the horn
first
and the armor.
unicorn. Which one with the horn and the armor?
Didn't they have one that had the horn and the armor?
Maybe. Oh, yeah, the Horseman of Death's horse has like two red horns.
So that's pretty sweet. Finally get a unicorn. And it's a black unicorn, which is a rare type of unicorn. From the Lamborghini dealership.
So gosh, what do we I said gosh. Maybe one more, I think.
It's possible.
Yeah, he's moved because they named the character up. And that's cool, man. That's gotta feel good. Don't knock down all the stuff. They're giving folks hugs. They're doing their thing. What's going on with my picture here? Is it different? Oh no, never mind. I forgot. Yeah, the guy who usually handles the talking stepped off for a little bit.
Was it a moment of awkward silence or someone just trying to fill the void?
Yeah, kind of. Like Eric's not a big host kind of personality. Jeremy is. So then Walter stepped in. Do some interviewing. That looks cool. He looks better there.
Yeah, I was going to say it looks good there together. Ray's like, yeah, wow, a unicorn. Yeah, unicorn's cool.
How are things in the N.E.W.S, Allison? Beautiful day here today. Sorry, Ed. How's it over there? Cold?
It's about 38 degrees, I think.
Oh, just 38.
Yeah.
Here I am sitting in my 70 degrees.
Let me see what it was. It was like 29 this morning, so it was a little chilly this morning. But
I'm with Thanos.
I love the cold.
I'm with Thanos right here. I do too. But I don't like having to deal with it. But yes, Thanos, Atlas 2.0, and Bear Mount. But they've never done two mounts in a wave. So, but maybe Atlas with like a cub. I'll take that. That hangs out with him. And yeah, it's absolutely crazy how toys have gotten to this level. I mean, yeah, at a certain point, are they still toys? 50 in Central PA.
Yeah, it's 45 here now, so warmed up a little bit since this morning.
There's Trevor.
I always forget that Johnny's not in California because he's always hanging out. Every time I see him, he's hanging out with Kayla online. So
Oh.
I always forget that he's actually in PA. He's over in my neck of the woods.
Don't get that stink on Johnny. No, I'm just kidding. Bushati, Trevor. What are we gonna get? Yeah, there's people going, oh.
What do you think?
So they're seeing the slide there of it. Atlas 2.
Oh, they're seeing it already.
Yeah, they see it already. It's just not on screen. Atlas. Yeah. Atlas 2. Let's see it. Okay. The head looks very similar. I'm stoked because I don't have an Atlas. So I'm happy to get him. I don't have that head sculpt.
Yeah, I'll definitely be picking him up when he comes out in in a year.
It's a new version of the head sculpt, but I don't have that look. I love the one arm thing. Like the asymmetry.
It's cool that the asymmetry goes opposite sides from top to
Mhm.
bottom too. And that picture, that bare knee almost looks double jointed. I know it's not, but it almost looks that way.
Yeah. Sorry, folks. I'm going quiet because I'm. Yeah, totally right here. Look at the fur.
Oh, man. Damn.
Man. Range of movement has been improved, he said. We'll see.
The other nice thing is with like the releases like this, though, is if you have the original one, right, and you don't want to mess with them, you can buy this second version,
Sure.
customize it, play with it, get it dirty, whatever, right? And it's not going to make you cry.
That looks so cool. And so they have pauldron holes in their backs. They're using like some kind of plug in there to get that fur thing, which is cool. So we don't see random holes.
Now, him having a big bear walking next to him would be awesome.
Exactly. Right?
I know several years ago, like one of those companies that make like the Schleich, the Schleich animals.
Yep.
There's a
Those are the
company that made
statues.
something similar to that. That was a bear that was almost scaled to like a 1/6 scale figure, right? Not that big, but I mean like a bigger bear, right? It would have probably been perfect for this type of guy because it'd be bigger than it'd be a fantastical size, but it wouldn't be so large that it'd be out of it work in reality. Let me just put it that way.
So were they posable? No.
No, it was just a statue.
So they did a good job of taking this face and making him. So they're brothers. He is the older brother that sort of renounced his claim to the leadership of this army that is one of the main armies in the mythology, and kind of did his own thing and ended up leading the noble bear, still fighting on the side of the good, but not, he's not a paladin, if you will.
Right.
But I love that they have you see that underneath the hair and facial hair, you see that they're brothers. Attila and Atlas, that's her name. And so he's got the bear stuff, accoutrement, but he's also got lions because that's his lineage too.
Right, the lion. What happened to his eye?
I don't know what the story is with his eye, but they both have facial scars. But I don't know how he lost his eye.
I mean, he's got
There's
a
a
scar
story. I'm
across
sure
it.
that
so
people
I'm-
know.
Yeah.
I just don't know it. He does.
Yeah, I'm looking at the picture Thanos just posted of it. So.
That's because he's actually Nate Summers in disguise.
Oh, okay.
Would suck to run in that footwear though. Two non-matching shoes, one that is made of metal. He's gonna have back problems.
Well, that's why he wears. That's why he wears them on opposite sides. It evens it out.
That wouldn't work in real life.
You know, and in real life, a mortal man would have a hell of a time lifting an axe made out of steel that big too. Let alone swinging it.
Especially if he was Mythic Legions, because he could only do it with one hand. Oh,
Right.
It's really gorgeous, man. It's shiny.
I love it. Yeah, I'm back. Ooh, shiny.
Yeah, it doesn't need to work. It just has to look cool. That's where I'm at too. Okay,
right.
they gave him his when he was a gladiator. Yeah, that's an older sword. Older stuff. New. I would love it if they gave us more little necklaces and stuff like that, but it's just me. $37.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, if you think about the $37 you're paying for this, right? The amount of sculpting and paint details you get, let alone all the accessories that they come with. It's just mind-boggling when you see, classified, even Valiverse sitting at $29-$30. It's like, yes, you're getting a lot of stuff with those, and you're getting, articulation and stuff, but it's like you just don't get what you're getting for $37 from
Yep.
anybody.
I hear that. That's what I've been saying for a while, which is why I've opted to go the way I do. Ray, they have one comic book that they produced a while, and even sort of the canonicity of that is a little bit gray area. They're starting to put stuff in books. So the main person speaking, Jeremy Gerard, their marketing person, is actually working on. So he's the person who's done all the write-ups on the website where they break down the lore and everything,
Right.
and they're actually going to produce a book in the style of those. I don't know if you've seen them, like the Harry Potter illustrated ones. So there's going to be full illustrations with Nate Barch and then full text, not comics.
Kind of like the old Frank Frazetta art table coffee table books. Yeah, that'd be awesome.
And yeah, Josh is saying we can finally cheaply get the head to repaint for building an Adamon. Yep. So the Adamon being the Prince Adam tribute figure, if you will.
Well, that's what I was saying. Like, get this version too, then you ain't got to worry about,
Yep.
mucking up
And
your
that's the thing. The newer figures are objectively better in terms of the amount of paint apps, the sculpt technology, everything. Those little figures are great, 100%. But just wait. The newer figures are going to be even better. This is him with all his gear. Bulky. Looks good. But, definitely limits mobility. Do you get like that in the snow over there in New York?
I run around in shorts and fur boots all the time. We definitely do get snow, but I try to wear pants when I go out in it, though.
Try.
It's cold. Once in a while, in the wintertime, I'll have shorts on in the house and I'll run out to the mailbox or something. But
Really?
yeah.
It's actually good for you. Shiver, burn a lot of calories.
Yeah.
What is this thing? Is
What
that, it's that sword in that gladiator type sword in that thick scabbard.
Sword sheath. Scabbard.
Hey, appreciate that, John. Yeah, it should be done. He's still working on it. He's been reading some different parts on his stream. Definitely check out Mythic Customs show that he does. He's a customizer as well, super talented. Again, one of those guys who started as a fan of the line and then eventually got a job.
I don't know why more companies don't do that. You don't see a lot of in these smaller companies you do, but like Four Horsemen, they're still a small operation, but they're not like amateurs anymore, right? They've been doing this a long time. And all the time you hear about them bringing in their fans, bringing in their, people that have done custom work or whatever for them, and just adding them to the team.
Yep.
Because, that's how you're going to get the passion, right? But that's how you're going to get the passion too, right?
Yep.
And that's what it takes to keep going.
I wish Mythic would find a way to do this, but I love this Micronaut style peg system that they've got going on here that allows you to put in that little peg and then you
put the gun on.
For anybody who doesn't know these figures, just put it on.
I love the blue guy, the main character, the little pop-up thing that he comes with. You can
the
put
hologram on his arm,
holographic communicator thing. That's awesome.
This guy doesn't have that, but this guy is the this guy arm is the Boba Fett with the little wrist rockets.
The Tusk sentries have that too. Little guns that pop up. You can pop in there.
That's cool.
Even this guy, what's his name? I can't say his name, but the guy I just opened up has a armband on his one arm with one of those peg holes in it. But he doesn't come.
It doesn't come with any. Okay.
It comes with the little pegs, but it doesn't come with anything else to pop in there, like no weapon or anything. So.
Oh, I'm looking at his eyebrows. Yeah, both brothers have dark eyebrows, light hair. Look at Nate Summers over here. Baby Nate grew up, became a barbarian.
The head reminds me of something you'd see like in a fictional story about like King Richard the Lionheart.
Oh, sure. Uh-huh. Oh, Steed.
Bodvard.
Yeah! Sorry, that's like I just muted up.
Damn.
I was much louder last year because I was in the mic, but yes. Sorry if that was loud, guys.
Did you know this was coming?
No, I had no. I mean, no. I just
you put it out there.
They noble bear, indeed. Look at that. Cocaine bear. No.
Yeah.
Look. That's not snow. Yeah.
Damn, that is awesome.
I want to see how it scales. Yes. Yes.
Damn.
That is the
that is
right there. Right
badass.
Whoo.
Well, there goes the wallet because I'm definitely going to need those two things.
If that thing is like what, $70? What the,
It looks a little bulkier than a horse, but not much. So I mean, I'd imagine even if it's not, even if it's a little more
Yeah,
expensive,
but
it won't
like
be much.
they're doing it, man. These guys
Yeah.
are doing it.
Well, it's like the moose, right? The moose was based on the horse's body, but that head was gigantic and those antlers were huge, right?
Yeah. Sorry if that got loud, guys. Hope you were good. Yes.
Oh, that
Yes.
looks good, dude. Oh, look at the face on that. That is a friggin' bear. Oh my god.
They're gonna show him on his hind legs. Come on. No. Well, I don't know if they'll show it. Yeah, because this will go up. I mean, they kind of have to. And again, this is the beauty of the world we're in with all sorts of competition. When you're seeing D20 give you a wolf, a boar, right?
Yep.
And people are using these figures with them, and now a griffin.
Yep.
They couldn't just be like, "Oh, we're just going to keep making horses." They're
Yeah.
just like, "No."
Well, that's the problem, right? You're looking at what's going on, and you're like, ugh. You don't want someone to steal your share, right? Because that's what people.
Exactly. Yeah, and people are
Like
going to be
Mythic
using.
put out a griffin, everybody would be all over that, right? Somebody else beat them to it.
Yeah, totally. And it's fine because if Eric Treadaway, Cornboy, and the whole studio like wrap their brains, their heads around what a griffin would look like, it would be
Yeah.
dope. It would be its
Yep,
own
for
thing.
sure.
And then you've got an Arctic dragon in David Silva, right?
Right. Damn it! Now I'm broke. Yes, we're all broke now, Aaron.
Look at that mouth.
Oh man.
Look at that mouth.
There's got to be two heads then, right? Because those eyes look squinted, definitely.
Yeah, two heads. Chain.
And look how it's standing here compared to when it was like in a more relaxed pose. So those knees are
Look at that
jointed.
chunky
Damn.
boy.
The hind knees are jointed.
Yeah, I love that fur. It reminds me of the D20 wolf, man. Oh. Yes, absolutely. It does look dope as Not that I'm trying to censor you. I don't know. I don't need that audio clip of me. Look at those things, man.
And in true Mythic Legion fashion, that head peg's probably going to be the same to pop on a body.
What, like a ogre scale kind of thing,
Yeah.
like the way they put the Equidron, the head on a figure. Oh,
Yep.
I love the rolls on the neck too. That comes from the articulation.
Damn, that looks so good.
Oh, it's so good. That right there, that shot. Oh.
I could take that shot. I can have snow and
real
stone
snow
just like that.
Good job, Trevor. Damn. As usual. Straight up chain.
Oh yeah.
You got your white polar bear repaints, although the head might look a little weird. Yeah, the fur on it reminds me of the way, because again, hair is hard. So you have to figure out how do we do that, especially matting and everything. And it reminds me of the D20 wolf. Or the bear, probably the bear more. My surname is Bear Clan and Irish, so I'm Bionics. That's awesome.
Awesome.
Two heads. Hasbro is awesome when it comes to the creatures too at retail, and all the G.I. Joe ones where they come in with Spirit and
Hasbro's
Timber.
animals are 1,000 times better than their figures that they do. I mean, the way they do them.
Yeah, I'm the kid in the candy store, and I don't have to ask mom or dad to buy it anymore. I just have to ask Chase Visa. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, we got to figure out our life choices. What needs to happen, Thanos? So
Well,
the
you got
all-in
30
on
days
the all-in
roughly,
on
right?
this is going to be higher. Yeah, it's got to be like a 300 something because you've got two big ass.
Well, you just take the two steeds if they're
Oh.
70.
Yeah, because I want to know how this works.
Is that so it can look down? Or up? What the hell is that?
There's additional pieces that aren't in the photos.
Yeah. It's so you can stand it up.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Whoo! Swiping pose. Man.
Yep. Time for us to have a therapy session on, or maybe a
Well, I think
brainstorm session. That's a brainstorm session, so we can figure out what we're all actually going to do with our lives.
From what I saw in his chat earlier that I didn't put up because it sounds like he might have an opening in his schedule for you for if you need a session.
Jeez.
See, the fact that they care and would think about that, and just be like, yeah, we can't just put a bear. We need to find a way for it to stand up. And
damn.
Oh, oh my.
The problem with that bear is that I'd like to have like 5 of those.
He's like, Eric's talking about that little neck piece, but that little piece is the size of his fist. Massive. Shipped for $4 from. Is that box triggering you, Aaron? Oh yeah. For scale. There it is down there. I would have been happy if they gave us something that wasn't super articulated too.
Right?
But
yeah, even if that bear couldn't stand up like that, it would have been more than fine.
Ooh, I missed it. What did we miss, folks? There is a bear. Take that, He-Man and Battle Cat. Yeah. Oh, yeah? How about Atlas and his bear? You wrestled a bear once?
It was stuffed, but it was a bear. God, I love Chris.
Oops. I totally miss it, but I seen it now. I want to see that close up. They have it standing up next to the troll. It's taller than the troll.
It's taller than the troll.
Standing up. You see it in the little picture in picture.
So
It's
this
hard
got
to
to be
see.
like 120. No, right? What's the trolls? They were 90?
85 bucks,
85,
dude.
Yeah.
Oh. Bjordvar.
Damn it. Well, I better rewrite my letter to Santa for next year.
That's what he just said. He just said, yeah, the thing with the price point is we really try our best to make it accessible to our legionnaires, right?
Yep.
That's cool. You don't got to feed the CEOs a bonus by raising the.
Well, they're not having any problem selling their stuff. Plus the extra artwork that they do and design work they do, they're just passing it on to the fans.
Man.
Well, there's at least 5, 6 of the things they revealed today that I definitely have to have. Decisions.
he saw his essentially, like, he almost died. He sees this bear that looked like it was just praying or something, and then he said he saw his wife's eyes in the bear, which
Interesting story. But like you said, right now they got the parts, they got options. They could do a black bear easily, right?
yeah.
Polar bear, like you said, the head's going to look a little wonky, but the head's separate pieces, so they could definitely change the head easily enough.
Or they do a new head, and they give you the Father Christmas and his like polar bear for like again, they could do figure obscure if if it doesn't fit in Mythos, like they could do whatever. Man. So I got my buff barbarian woman. I got the bear. I didn't get a new Grisha, which was a long shot, but still so many good things. We got a lady dwarf.
Yeah, that's right. Got a 2-pack of excellent looking dwarves that aren't laden down with almost all armor like the other ones in the past have been.
Yeah. Totally.
Damn.
They're commending Trevor on his shots, and it's like, I don't know if it reminds you of like a 70s fantasy cover. It totally does, right? Airbrush that thing on the side of my
saying, right?
Scion.
Like Trevor does such great shots with these. I'd put all of them in a poster size on my damn wall. I love the old fantasy art.
Airbrush it on a van.
Yeah, it's the only reason I went to the Auto Trader shows with my brother and my dad, who were both big car guys, so I could see the the vans painted and the gas tanks of the motorcycles and stuff.
Oh my God, look at that.
Like that growling face is just perfect, but like the regular bear face looks exactly like a bear. I mean, it's just amazing.
Next year, they're going to have a dragon.
Yep.
Next year.
This was probably just a test to see how well other animals are accepted, because
well, yeah, the way they've talked about the dragon for the longest time is like, it's a whole other buck, it's a whole other size. It's not something we can just do. And yeah, they're just between playing with the skate back and the skeletons, even the joints on just the skeleton humanoid figures and then the skeleton horse, they're figuring stuff out. They're ready for a dragon.
Well, even like the body on that Red Death figure. I mean, that's just, it's so skinny, but it's so beautiful sculpted, right? It's like, and it's all new stuff. It's not a skeleton.
If only Kayla was here, she could run with that statement. Which one? The I wrestled a bear once? Stuffed furry thing? Hope they're 2-packing the bear now. I wonder if they will. They usually will. They sell them separate, and then they'll offer a 2-pack that, like, apparently is really popular and great for trade bait or even to sell on the Cabal, because people love to keep the dual, the steed and rider packages. What's up, Quip? Yeah, we live. We've been live since 6:45 a.m. on the West Coast, 9:45 on the East Coast.
That picture right there that's up on your screen, I'm looking at it on Trevor's actual Instagram page.
Oh,
man,
beautiful.
It's just so, I mean, it looks like a painting. He does such amazing work.
Yeah, Carol. So this thing is running like 5 hours. They do this. It's like 5 hours of just plant your butt and just be ready for the toys we're going to sell you. This is what do you call it? D20 for the Disney set is to this, or Star Wars Celebration, or the other one, of course. This is like Steve Jobs doing a keynote. Rewind it back to the unicorn. Bears in space. Force. Yeah, put some space armor on that and do some cosmic. Oh my god, that's amazing. Look at that thing. You know what, Carol? We got this thing behind me. There you go, Carol. Unicorn. Just for you.
A unicorn that's black, so he's from the wrong side of the track, so that's even better.
Yeah, it said something about. Oh, look at that! Did you hear that? They're talking about Scapula. He's a skeleton with a blowgun that rides a unicorn. There you go, folks. 12 figures, 6 standard figures, 1 2-pack set, 1 deluxe figure, 1 deluxe steed, 1 deluxe creature, 2 weapons pack, $550. Yeah, oh, that's a high one. Ooh.
Well, with 2 mounts, you knew it was going to be high. Even though the mounts aren't that much, I mean, that's almost $200 right there.
Yeah, I just don't like to deal with the reality. He said there's one more surprise. What's he talking about? What you talking?
I cannot believe how big that bear actually is. Holy shit.
Oh, an additional head if you do an all-in.
Yeah. Got to sweeten the pot a little bit because they know 550 is a big chunk. Even though it's justifiable, definitely worth it. But that's a great looking head too.
It really is. Wow. If you're not listening to the stream, they're describing that this sculpt was made as a custom figure tribute to a fan who died during COVID. They gave a custom figure made by the folks at Four Horsemen, designed it, made it, gave it to the family. But they wanted to use the sculpt and give, the guys, Legionnaire friends, a chance to have the head. And
yeah, that's awesome.
And they're gonna.
So what's
they'll be selling it. They'll be selling the head separately later, but if you do,
they're throwing it in with the all-in.
January. Okay, you might be okay, Josh. Sorry, I thought it was. That's right. I kind of forgot about the holidays in there. So of course,
Christmas
it's a little bit longer.
Yeah.
Well,
no, it's November. We're not even thinking right, Brick. It's November. Oh no, because it's usually 30 days. So now they're doing it for 60 days almost. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, probably Bill from Dorkler has been taking pictures and other people there, so they're taking them and posting them on.
Yeah, I saw Dorkler had some on from the table, Thanos. So let's see what you get. You get 1, 2, 3, 4.
Get all sorts of good shit.
6, 7 regular figures, 2 dwarves, a minotaur that is ogre scale, and then 2 steeds and a weapons pack, 2 weapons packs and a head for $550. It's really not bad. When you break it down per set, it's really not that bad.
Well, I mean, if you think, I know what they're also thinking is, you know what? These crowdfunding, these other companies are, oops, you don't need to read his message. These other companies are doing these massive crowdfunding, getting, several $100s at a time. $550. I get it. No, I get it. Hey, look at little Eric right there. How do I hide this stuff? Sorry, guys. You see my messages. Oh, look at that. Holy crap, it's huge. Look at this. For 85, I'm getting 3. There you go.
Look at him holding.
So
that
they're
thing.
doing
That
a
thing is
Q&A right now.
Yeah.
Look at that. Oh, wow. Man. I'm like, where's my troll to hold? Oof. Wow. Take my money. Bear mounts galore.
That's awesome. That looks just like the Cocaine Bear poster, actually.
Yeah, this guy or somebody did. Oh, no, this is, well, no, somebody put that together. I don't know that Trevor did it.
Well, Trevor took the picture, but I don't know who put
Right, right. I think someone did that real fast.
Even the pose of the bear looks like
how sad. I love my Memory Toys bears. All right, that's you. Good to see you.
Damn.
Yeah, this is cool. They're doing kind of just a chill Q&A now since they've got like 30 minutes left in their planned time. Oh, man, I don't even, what a wild reveals, like set of reveals. And it really is one of like, it's super varied. That's the difference, I think, with N.E.W.S. It was skulls upon skulls, right?
Yeah.
And some knights. And so this definitely, because they mashed two.
Well, even the Poxus wave was a lot of wizards and magic users, right?
Yep.
This is definitely a really good wave of variety, let alone awesome figures.
Oh, I should, sorry. Big Dubs, squeeze it. Sorry, I realize I'm using other people's pictures, and I like to try to at least show you who they are on screen. Those colors, look at that. That looks really gorgeous. Like, yeah, unicorn in itself is interesting. Then you add all of this stuff to kind of just.
Well, it's like you said, though, like the rings on the tail and the decoration on the mane is just friggin' fantastic.
Do you think that's coming out of the back of its head?
I think that's the mane. I think like the mane has.
I mean, like again, here I am stuck in real life
reality,
but I'm trying to think in their world. Do you think that that's coming out of the unicorn, or is it maybe? I don't know.
Is the horn gold or is it white?
It's more. It's not gold. It's like a brownish.
It's a brown, like a brown color. That's awesome.
Yeah.
So I can't tell. I think they're like armor pieces that go over the mane.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
Like you see some of those. I think they're Arabian horses that have like the braided manes where they stand up.
Mm-hmm. Ooh.
Damn.
They just asked them, what are the chances of getting repaints of like a panda bear, a Pooh Bear? What's the likelihood that we'll see them reused?
I hate that question when people just announce a figure and it's like, aren't you happy with the brown bear we just released? Why you're worrying about what we're going to get in the future?
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, he's basically saying, he's looking at it, and he's like, the size of that thing is, and he's looking at the tooling. He's like, this is an expensive tooling job, so it would be silly not to reuse it, but he wants to find ways to do an unexpected sort of use of the tool.
Yeah, he's not going to come out and say, "Oh yeah, we got plans to do a panda bear and a polar bear next week." So,
oh, sorry, I forgot it's a little cropped on that thing. Sorry. Gorgeous.
man, all those figures just look so good.
Sorry, I didn't know if this was cutting.
Oh, that's a good picture right there with the bear and him standing next to each other. I mean, he's a big, bulky figure, and look at him; he looks small next to that bear.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it's just gorgeous. Especially, I mean, I didn't like really look at the tack and bard of this thing. I don't know if that those apply to bears, but that's really cool.
Where's Luca Johnny? Can you go into the D&D book and reference that for us, please?
Awesome. Thank you, Big Dub. Let's see. Yeah, thank you to everybody who's going to be at Legions Con in advance, because you're going to keep us fed, those of us who are not able to be in Jersey for all of this stuff. More Big Dub. Oh, there it is. Oh, what does it say? Move your mouse. Oh, ooh. I don't know. Sure, look, it's moving. Look, it's like TikTok. Dick. Yes. And this is the Cabal. So when I was talking about, Mythic Legions Cabal, this is it. Like folks just sort of sharing their stuff, their plans for customs, things for sale, other things. And they're like, I wasn't expecting to be on a... Aww.
Bears are my favorite animal. So
Are they?
Yeah.
Very cool.
This is definitely going to have to be a
thing
must
to get, a thing to do. Yeah. Nope. See, people selling stuff. Yeah, I highly recommend getting on here. It's actually a really good community. Oh, look, that's the post hug after finding out that he was named. So his name is Michael Casper, and that oops. And again, he is the namesake for, what was his name? Emir.
Yeah.
Oh, so much cool stuff. Okay, so let's do this real quick, and then again, not to diss the older figures, but these are some older figures. This is what I was talking about with some of the. This was an old barbarian woman. Again, compared to what we're seeing in this just wave with the newer sort of like them having worked with the same factory for a while, and they're just able to do so much more with the paint and the sculpt. And this figure looks fine. It looks cool, but it's so much better now. Yeah.
Well, the other thing is I think with the new technology and their experience, the paints and stuff just pop more, right?
Yeah.
They know how to like contrast the colors and a lot more. Not that they didn't know what they were doing, but they didn't know how to apply it correctly back in the beginning.
Right.
With enough experience now, like you see like even Krotos, right? These colors are all basically some shade of brownish red, but like the individual colors are layered right, so they just pop out and stand out to you. You didn't see that back, in each tiny little rivets friggin' painted on the front of his jacket, which is amazing.
So I'm listening into one last thing, because the question was, any plans to do dios, play sets?
That's a good question. That's an expensive question.
Yeah. But
for them, though, you know what? There's so many amazing dio builders that do Mythic Legion style dios. There's no reason for them to get into it, because they're going to have to charge you just as much as a dio builder is going to have to in order to mass produce these things at a scale that's appropriate.
I just wonder though, with the cat's lair, right? With, with
Yeah.
the fact that, sorry, I caught it. At first I wasn't sure what he was saying. I'm going to go and mute them now.
I guess that's the thing. How much a crowdfunder maybe, right? Or something really expensive I could see, but
yeah. But with the whole cast lair thing, it's like people are spending on these things. So I could see where they're maybe like, well, But then I've always wondered, when you do that, you're also taking away from sales, potentially from figures and stuff.
yeah.
And part of me is still kind of convinced that when Hasbro does the HasLab stuff, one, I think it's them continuing to explore how they can get out of retail actually and get away from it and be a little more direct. And then I also think it's kind of especially the way they inundate with the HasLabs and all these different options.
But yeah, Hasbro's already
a
doing
way
that
to,
like over in UK, right? A lot of that stuff is all Hasbro Pulse. It's the only way you can get it now.
Yeah, I just sort of feel like it's also their attempt to maybe like assert some dominance in the marketplace and be like, no, you should buy our stuff here. Here, buy this too. You're gonna want this because there's the Four Horsemen. There's all the other things we mentioned, like Memory Toys, Fury. There's AWOC. So I think there's some level of like, well, if we just busy them, meaning, we may not be able to compete with the deco and everything, but they're like, we'll offer stuff that we know they might want. So they'll spend on that. And then at that point, but anyway, I don't know. That's all.
I think the Four Horsemen though have such a connection with their fan base and their Legionnaires and everything that they're not going to take, like, they know how much is being done on the dio side, right? Outside of them. They're not going to steal that thunder from the fans. Now they might come out and do, something that's like maybe a base with a back wall or something like that. I could see them doing, something real simple, but they're not going to come out with like a full dio playset kind of thing.
Right. I'm curious, Johnny, was that in reference to this? Just wondering, I'm going back to the chats. Yeah, let's see. All in is over my total, so we'll be parting. So I'm assuming meaning that price is way too high. It's a high price. 550 is no joke. That bear is way bigger than I originally thought. Yeah, there's this again. I may have to say no to the bear. Just maybe too big.
Now, Aaron, you take that bear and you have that bear walking down your little corridor sand tile you're doing. Much better than a his tank. Throw that his tank in the garbage. Go for the bear.
Well, yeah. Yeah, I think between the his tank and Dragonfly and now Vamp, I think those are all good examples of like, yeah, I think they really want to make sure that you are with them. Your money is with Classified, and which I get. That's how it goes.
I pre-ordered the Vamp, and if I end up getting it, it's going to be used for my Monster Force. So,
Josh, I'm with you. Like, I'm absolutely bummed that I am not there right now, sitting and listening and getting to meet people. That's the value, 100%. And I love you guys. I love the community. I love to meet them. But why are we all here? Because we love the toys, right? And so if it's a matter of like a lot of money, like $550 was probably what I would have spent to fly there, hotels, and then more, right? And then that's why I like. There's a lot of reasons that it would make it hard to do right now, but just knowing that I'd be going there and all of that, and then part of me I'd want to buy stuff there too, right? So,
and that's a funny thing though. Like in general with cons, it's like you guys on the West Coast, people are always like, oh well, you guys have San Diego Comic-Con, which isn't as great as it used to be. Let's be honest. Since COVID hit, it's not as great of a show as it used to be. But other than San Diego Comic-Con, you guys miss out on a lot of the bigger conventions that go over on the East Coast that are easy for most of us to get to, because driving up and down the East Coast is 15 to 24-hour drive, easy, right? You're not driving across the country, flying across the country.
And I've done both, and they both suck.
I mean,
No,
I could get the
especially the driving.
Legions Con in about 5.5 hours, and I got to PowerCon in 5.5 hours. It'll take me 12 next year to drive to Joe Fest, you know, so it's really not that bad for me.
Where is Joe Fest?
That's in Atlanta.
Okay.
North of Atlanta, Augusta, Georgia.
Mm-hmm. Let's see what other folks are saying. Oz said that's armor. Oh, I'm not sure which one you're referring to. It might have been the unicorn. The unicorn, I'm assuming. That one is outside my wheelhouse, but I would assume it would apply to any mount. Tax, yeah. Like, what's up? That is not in the AD&D Volume 2.
That's what I'm asking, right? Come on,
Bestiary and yeah, I don't know.
Maybe it's in the Golden Compass. They roll polar bears, right? We'll have to check their reference manual.
Oh, his Dark Materials. Question on the stream: how many shelves do you think? Oh. Was that the question? Oh, that's great.
That's a funny story because my daughter was just over last night for dinner. My oldest daughter, she's 25, and she's sitting here, and it was the first time she saw the Mask of the Red Death, and she's like a big horror freak. So she was all freaked out, and then she's looking at my shelf. She's like, "I think you need some more shelves, Dad." I'm like, "No, I need to sell some of my shit and get." And then I watching this today. I'm like, "Thanks, Brick. Thanks for asking me last night at 11 o'clock."
Well, you would have watched it anyway, but instead we got to hang out with each other.
I would have cried alone.
This is the value of this thing. I didn't have this last year. Well, actually, I was chatting with the chat watching it, but it was so cool to have you here and kind of like, let's look at this and people in the chat. Dope. Yeah, no, I get it, man. But there is a world where we can do this and we can look at this stuff and then just embrace the ones that we already have and just be cool with it. There is that world.
Well, the nice thing is, right, I got a year to save up enough to get a bear, a minotaur, and an Atlas figure, if that's the three that I decide to go with, right?
And a griffin.
A year. And a what? And a griffin. Yeah. I got to have a griffin. That's my favorite mythical creature, a griffin.
That makes me wonder too, where are my cocaine bear action figures? And I think the answer is they either are dead or they're off running in the woods.
Did you watch that movie?
I did not, actually. I didn't.
That was what they showed in the previews and what that movie actually ended up being were two different things, but it was still a jaunt worth watching. But
it was Elizabeth Banks, right?
Was it like? I can't remember now. I watched it when it first came out. So
if it is, I like her. She I think she produced it, or
yes, it was. Yep, she produced it and all that.
Yeah,
stuff.
she's dope.
Based on a true story of a bear that actually ended up getting into cocaine, but it died like 10 minutes later or something like that.
They took the premise and comedy ensued. Yeah, that was Allison's comment on New Jersey. I neither endorse. No, I'm just kidding. $85, Allison, and Massive could kill an X by chucking it at their head. This is true. It is large enough. So if you needed it in a pinch to deal with Carl or his family, or
Carl or Carol, not Carol. What was it? Karen, Nancy.
Baltimore's a 10-hour drive, so it's not out of my unusual drive time. Man, that's a lot of driving.
It takes me 6 hours to get to Baltimore.
Retro Toy Princess, only 3.75 hours for me, but I don't know if I'd want to go even if I was a Legions collector. Yeah. And then again to New Jersey. They don't even have their own iced tea to sweeten the deal like Long Island. And yeah, I got to check it out. Height of B cinema. Ooh, like 21st century B cinema. I'd love to see that. All righty, man. I think this is probably a good time to kind of wrap up, even though, damn, look at that bear. I got some things today that I was hoping for. What did you think overall? What's your overall impressions, Ed?
I am super excited, man. I mean, like I'm sitting here thinking, like, what? I'm definitely going after Monster Force. That's a no doubt.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like, I don't know. I haven't seen, other than the Vamp, which I'm going to use for Monster Force and Mutton Junkyard. I'm pretty much picking and choosing classified. I haven't seen anything come out of Valiverse that I even remotely care about at this point in time. Nothing new, exciting, right? And then there's a couple AWOCs that I want, like the hyenas, but
Yeah.
I think I can swing saving up for the bear and that's I mean these reveals are just amazing, right? It's like
Mm-hmm.
every time I see more mythic stuff come out, cosmic and mythic, it's just like I wasn't really I got the alien because I love gray aliens, right? And I wasn't really sure how he was going to look in overall. I mean, the pictures never they're for Four Horsemen, they look exactly what you're going to get, but they never give you the feel of what you're going to feel like that dude that you got today, right? You weren't really sure about whether you're going to like him. Now that you've had him and played with him, you're like, oh, this figure's awesome, right?
Yeah.
And that's how I am with this gray dude, right? I knew I wanted the gray alien, but now I'm like, man, I love the way he just, stands and looks and, all of it. And it's like, that's how I am every time I get a Mythic Legions figure. I'm like, yeah, I like the way this guy looks, like Krotos, right? I love the way he looked. I wanted to get him. I got him at PowerCon. I opened him up in the hotel later on that night. I was just like, oh my God, I love this guy.
Yeah, it's so great. Yeah, I'm with you in terms of just like awesome reveals today. I guess what I always walk away with from this is the figures are great. But again, this seems contradictory given what I said earlier about not going to the con. Like again, I wish I could go to the con and see everyone and meet everyone in real life. The money and all of that is a thing, and people will say, oh, yeah, but it's valuable. It's totally valuable, 100%. But then the problem is I've got this really expensive habit called toys.
Yeah.
And so it becomes like a calculation of like, well, the toys versus that. And I'm not mature
like this
enough
year
to
I saved for PowerCon from December through July. I was sticking money that I didn't, instead of buying tons of toys, I was sticking money knowing I wanted to go to PowerCon, right? And the tickets pre-sale weren't bad, but it was the hotel, the gas, and then I wanted to have money to spend there. And if you plan it out, and that's what I started doing with Joe Fest, right? I started just sticking a little bit of money in there, and that's gone now, but I'll start again once I, get everything back on track. And it just comes down to a matter of that. But it's like you said, driving to Ohio for me, as opposed to getting on a plane, having to get there a day or two early, possibly having to stay an extra night just because of the way the flights work, for someone to get back to California from New Jersey,
that's
right?
The other thing that scares me.
Right.
Yep.
And it's like,
Yep, that's all very real. So I don't know. So I'll tell you right now, I was thinking about like, oh, they've got 2 exclusives this weekend that I'm been trying to get like Adam to pick up for me, and I told him, yeah, let's do it. But now here, let me throw that up here. I'll be honest, now I'm kind of like, I think I might tell him, no, never mind. This is a great figure. It's awesome. And, but, oh, well, I don't know. It is only 55. I was about to say, maybe I don't do it. And then I save the money for this wave, right? And that's the weird thing. It's like planning that out between that and maybe canceling the Minotaurs. And I'm just like going through trying to figure it out.
But like the Minotaurs, right? If you went all in on this, you're getting a Minotaur. Now, granted, he's not as giant as those ones, but do you really need 2 giant Minotaurs that big at the size of your trolls almost, right? Because that's how big those things are, right? Or are they war bear size?
Those things aren't that big. They're gonna be like 9 inches, I believe.
So they're like war bear size then.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I was just laughing because he said, "Do you really need?" And
no,
there's a part of this nerd brain that's like, yeah,
yep, I need it.
Yes,
Yeah.
But no, and so that becomes a calculation and real talk. Like, so I was contemplating.
It's like when I got that damn bat cycle at PowerCon from Hella Dope. It was like, do I really need this? I'm like, yep, I need this. Because I just bought the skeleton figure. I was like, yep, he needs a ride.
I got Tila on mine. I think Tila and Trapjaw, ride that thing from me and the shelf different times. But here's the other one, Walter. I want a Walter Hagen tribute figure.
Yeah.
But that was $100. I'm still going to pass on this. I don't know. I'll talk to Adam. But then in addition, folks, if you haven't seen it, we mentioned it earlier, This was top secret for the longest time and has been revealed as of this morning, I want to say, or late last night. Again, more Trevor Williams photos because he does work for AWOC as well. Oops, you're not even seeing it. What am I doing? This is what I was trying to show you. $50. This was revealed too as part of the Legions Con reveals.
That's on that bigger, bulkier buck, right?
This is on a completely new buck, actually.
Well, it's like the lion and the ape.
Similar sizes, yeah, similar sizes, but I don't believe they were able to do a whole lot of reuse just because of the nature of this guy.
Right.
Maybe on the legs, and this arm. I don't know. Could be. So again, this is definitely one I'm not going to pass on. I kind of mentioned earlier casually that I didn't get any from the previous wave of the sort of like reinforcements army builder wave, even though I really want them, but I just kind of have to like do the balancing. All of this to say is like, yeah, we got to figure out what's the best, most realistic way to get some of these things.
I had the golden Shinari Legionnaire and the gray ape that has like that was the same as the first one, just had different weapons and stuff.
Yep.
I can't remember.
Yep. With the blue, he's like I
can't remember his name now.
Horde something.
Yeah. Yep. Horde something. So I canceled those with hella dope because it was like I'm trying not to get as many doubles anymore unless it's something that's worthy of being double, right?
Sure. And there you go in terms of scale. But yeah, so it's just trying to figure out what's the best like combination, and you can't have all of them. And I need to tell myself, I can't have all of them. I would love to be able to have them to like share here on the channel and do all those kinds of things, do turnarounds. But like, yeah, I'm gonna get what I can get. I'm even trying to go through and figure out which things I can sell. Right.
You know, the other problem though is that if you go too heavy into stuff, you end up getting just overwhelmed with it, and then you're not happy about it anyway, right? So
right.
And I've ran into that a couple of times, especially like with Star Wars when I was trying to be a completist. It got so hard to find some of the stuff, and there was so much of it. It was just like it wasn't even fun for me to collect anymore, and I got overwhelmed, and I just sold it all. I just was done with it. So that's one thing I try to keep in check with myself now is not to go too heavy. And that was something I did this year at PowerCon. I bought way so many things at PowerCon that when I got home, it was like 2 weeks before I opened up everything I got at PowerCon because it was just so much. It was like plastic overload, you know, and it was just like, it wasn't like that special thing like yesterday when I got the Headless Horseman and the Gray Alien in the mail, you know, it was like, oh,
right.
I haven't bought really anything other than I think I bought one Joe since, you know, for last month because I just haven't seen anything that's like, ooh.
Yeah, that's the challenge with the completist thing that I don't do. And I know folks do, but I feel like if I were in that mode at a certain point, it's going to feel like a job or a requirement. I have to get that one. No, but I have to.
Yep. And that's how it was with Power of the Force. And they had all those stupid variants, right? The long saber tray with the short saber built into it. And, you know, Han has, you know, brown gloves instead of black gloves, and it was like,
I'll confess I was about to get defensive when you said those stupid variants because I thought you were going to say like certain outfits, but no, you're right about those are definitely stupid variants. No, I don't know if you're
like, just mispaints and mispackages.
Those are silly. Those are totally silly.
Those were manufacturing decisions made to keep product coming out,
right?
And people made a big deal out of it that wanted to make money, right?
Yeah,
and it forces people to act stupid. I was in the Walmart here, right? And I live in a small town, and the Walmart is, you know, tiny for a super center, right? It's a small Walmart. And I remember I was collecting Power of the Force, and it was when the Stormtrooper was like short packed, and I had one in my hands, and there was this little dude in the aisle. He was probably like 6 or 7, right? He was standing there looking at the Star Wars stuff, and he couldn't reach like the top pegs, right? And, you know, I was like, "What are you looking for, dude?" And he's like, "I'm looking for a Stormtrooper." And I looked at the top pegs. I couldn't find one. I handed the one I had in my hand. I was like, "Here you go, man." If there was a scalper in there, you know, he would have been like, "You're not getting that, kid." You know, it's like, come on. But that's all it created, right? Was these crazy people, and it was like, it became so much like a job and so much like a chore. It wasn't fun anymore.
And hopefully that kid saw that and was like, "Yeah, that's how it should be. That's just what what people did for me." And they don't grow up into be a what is it, flipper?
Flipper, yes.
Man, the great reveals. Like my overall was just obviously. I mean, you saw it. Folks
Oh,
are
yeah.
here. It was just. I got. I got a little bit excited.
Like I said, I love watching you and seeing the excitement when you see new things. You're just like,
Woo. But yes, we always have to temper it. That number at the end is definitely sobering. $550 is no joke. And people we know are struggling. Like I live in one of the most expensive places, and you live in one of the most expensive states. So that's all real.
yeah,
All the
no,
more to
it's no
say, like
joke.
grateful, man. I'm grateful
Mhm.
that we have these things, and that there's people like Four Horsemen who are putting in like all their crazy talents. And actually, they said trying to be thoughtful. That is not that price for that bear. That's a good price.
Yeah, for sure. I
So
mean, anybody could have taken that bear and charged $200 for it and said, "Look at how big this thing is. Look how much meat's in it, and
right,
plastics in it, and
right.
tooling I spent on it." Right? And
Yep,
they're like, "No, we want to make it accessible to our fans because that's what
yep.
matters." Right?
And long game for them.
Yep.
It's like you got Legions fans
Hmm.
forever.
Oh yeah.
So all right, let's wrap it up with it. I don't want to ignore them. We ignored them for a little too long here. Let's see a little bit more cocaine bear talk. Got a little bit of updates from Carl. He might be living in Jersey right now.
Ah, God, I love Allison.
And a New Jersey iced tea is a Mountain Dew mixed with bottom shelf tequila and
Yeah, sounds about
desperation.
right.
Equal parts. Ray, yeah, man, thank you so much. Thanks for hanging out with us. Really appreciate it. Am I going to regret it if I don't have Adam pick it up? No, I won't. See, and that's where I was trying to go with that is, and this is a tricky thing with the Horsemen, and I'm sure they're aware of it. Like they'll announce like a version 2 of what's his name, Vorgus. But if you look at the parts on that thing, it's pretty much like parts we've seen before, and it's a very familiar type of character that we've seen.
Yeah.
Today, I got brand new looking characters, like none of those. The guy that had like the scorpion parts, I don't have a figure like that yet.
Yep.
Even the version of Scapular, even though I wasn't super into the robes, but like with that mask on it and everything, like I don't have that.
Well, even the
dwarf
barbarian
two-pack.
Borg or whatever, right? I mean,
The
with
first one,
the sheep cloak and all that,
yeah.
the sheepskin cloak, that thing is just amazing looking, right? It's
Mm.
sure it's typical of a barbarian, but it's
No, but
gorgeous.
not typical of this line and what we've
Right.
gotten.
Yep,
Exactly. We've got the woman barbarian that's like thicker, got a stronger build. She's a frost
Yep.
elf, is that what they're called? Yeah. Just different look. Man, love it. Love it. So great stuff. I won't regret it, is what I'm trying to say. The biggest thing on that cape is dope. But you know what? All good. Yes. Again, like I said, Legions just keeps coming and coming. And then on February, probably right around there, we're going to get Poxus shipping. It's just
Yep.
so, don't. Yeah. So in January, they're going to be doing the reinforcements too, which is like the builder stuff.
And like you said, right, the Legions like PowerCon and then the remote little sales, like that the pop-up sales, you can still get them at pretty close to Legion's prices. Instead of 37, they're 40.
Yep.
So I mean, and they're around.
At
like
cons,
Protoss,
they're that
Protoss
same
has
price.
been out of the main line for a couple of years now, and they still had stock of him at PowerCon. I mean, he's been.
Yeah, I got some really old figures when they came out here in the May. I got the little they had a bunch. I got the Trap Jaw
Yeah, yep.
Guy too. So they're there. Whatever they have, they'll put out, and they sell them straight up for con prices. They're always 35 or 37. They're never higher than that. And yes, Thanos, it is in stock. Well, no, it actually, I don't know. Good question, because it did say pre-order. I believe it's a pre-order. It's not in stock.
The other hyena is in stock, right?
Yeah. See, the thing is, I got Jason and Spiro. It's like the website does say. Here, let me show this real quick.
Are they showing
it's tricky,
Void in stock?
Yeah. So no, it says pre-order.
Yeah.
In stock.
Yeah.
It's like they got to figure that kind of stuff out. Love you guys, but that's something they got to figure out. So they
send an email to Adam, contact customer service.
Leave Adam alone, poor guy. He's gonna have fun this weekend, and hopefully we'll check in with him. On that note, for this weekend, so, and yeah, real quick, let's give you your props. Action is for the children. Respect, 100%. And yes, that kid grew up to be a good person. That is the hope. What was I in the middle of saying? Oh, this Sunday. So Thanos and I are gonna be jumping on for Thanos, Oz, and I are gonna jump on. Ed, if you want to jump on and talk Legions, it's really gonna probably just be a recap of all the things that came out during Legions Con. Because, and what I mean by recap is not just what we saw, because that's like, again, this is just the beginning. Tomorrow, the doors open for the main room, and you're going to hear about the what random rare figures did show up on the Legion, on the Four Horsemen table. So there's some news there, but it's also going to be all about the amazing vendors, the panels, all the different like people showing their custom figures and selling their custom figures. So we're going to try and catch up on that. That's this Sunday, and we're going to start a little earlier for the news, so we can go a little longer at 3:30. So 3:30 to about 6:30 your time till 5:45 ish. So if you're down,
Yeah,
we need
I'll
to commit
definitely
now.
let you know. I gotta figure
Yep.
out what's going on.
Yeah. And then
So that was one of the things I think that I would have loved to go on to Legion's Con for, was the amount of custom Legion stuff was going to be there, right? Like that wasn't at PowerCon. PowerCon was a lot of indie companies and had a lot of cool stuff to show, but there wasn't a lot of custom stuff like you see at the Legion's Con. That's the one thing I would love to go see.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And so on that note, let me do one more thing. So these are all the vendors that are there. So these are some of the folks that you saw today from the studio. And then once we get down, Wolf King Customs is going to be there. Emil Wickman, who's like, I've shown a lot of his work on the news before, super talented. Joe's probably going to have his custom figures. Yep, he's going to have his custom figures there. C. Jessam, the team, Christian and Caitlin, who do the soft goods. Eric Miller's customs are wild. Like all of these folks are going to be there. David Williams, Duarte Studios, who does amazing. He's done customs of like a chariot for that skeleton horse, but he also does amazing.
That's right. I forgot.
Damn. Amazing playsets. Dioramas. That's a word. Retro Rags Limited for clothing stuff. Crashbox Customs or all that. All those, yeah. A lot of the dios that you see in Trevor's shots are by Crashbox, especially for Cosmic. Delator or Detour Customs is going to be there. Legion Shop, which Jeremy has a hand in. So like all of these folks are going to be there. Mike, who I got to meet up here in Sacramento. Curtis is going to be selling his stuff. Just like a lot of really talented people. So like all of these that I've shown you just in the last 3 rows is exactly what you're talking about. Just customizers showing their stuff, selling heads, custom parts, as well as full figures.
Yep.
Spiro Studios will be there. Adam will be at their table, their booth. So definitely say hi and just inundate him with questions about your orders. Talk to all these folks. Eric LeBron is going to be there, super talented customizer, but also co-host of Hedgehog Actions, Saturday Day Live. So all these folks will be there, including like, our community here, all the podcasters, the YouTubers like Legion's Lair, D Blake Makes will be there with his signs, Retrospect Customs, man. Leland's he did something like that, Dark Unicorn, a custom as well, but he's going to be showing off all his amazing customs. So like, and it just goes on and on. Plunderlings will be there. Jesse will be there showing off some of his customs, selling some stuff. So, like in fairness, there's a lot of value here. If you paid for that flat and you went out there's so much to see and do and people to meet. And
that show would be dangerous because it'd be hard to figure out what you're actually going to buy because there's so much stuff there, right? It's like do I spend it at the Mythic Legions table or on a bunch of custom heads that I can make a whole bunch of different stuff with?
It's true. You got to make some decisions. And then especially today, it's awkward because it's like, okay, come, you're going to be spending some stuff. Oh, by the way, right before it starts, let us tell you about this $550 thing you might want to get to. And then they, because there's the Four Horsemen and Mythic Legions actually have roots in the Glyos system, those tiny sort of pop and swap figures. Mythic Legions was actually supposed to be a line using that system before they decided to go their own way. But they've got like a little mini Glyos section too. So all sorts of stuff, man. It's great. I'm happy for everyone that's there. I'm happy for myself because I'm getting a bear and
Hell
just
yeah.
a lot of great things. They
I'm
showed
happy
off some
for you
great
too.
things. Yeah, man. And pushing it. What did we get? 2 women in this one. That's good. They're spreading out that way, changing new parts. So Mythic Legions, healthy, one of the healthiest toy lines and companies out there right now in the game. So anyway, Ed, thank you so much for joining me this morning.
Thanks for
that
bringing
was
me on.
5
Dude. It was
solid
nice
hours.
nice to have a little distraction for the day. So
yeah. And again, happy Veterans Day to you. Thank you
very
once
much.
again for your service tonight. Well, actually, what do you got going on in terms of like streaming, or what do you all got planned in the next couple of days?
Nothing going on. Probably be on. I'll be in the chat tonight on Pains, of course, and possibly I think Lawrence is having Punk's Pit tonight, which might be in.
What's that?
That's his members
Gotcha.
only stream.
Mm-hmm.
And then tomorrow probably be on the Clubhouse with Oz, I'm sure. And then Sunday, hella dope at 9:00. Maybe you on Sunday afternoon. And then Tuesday, Tuesday is the show me and Luke do on my channel at 8:30, and I have no idea what the topic is because we have to discuss that yet. Which we'll figure out tonight over dinner.
Okay.
That's how we usually do it. What do you want to do this Tuesday? I don't know. What do you want to do? And then we eat, we watch something on TV. He's like, let's do that. I'm like, okay.
Man, that right there, what you just described is my wish that when my kids are his age, that they're willing to do that with me. But we'll get there. And on that note, yeah, we got a ways to go. And actually, we're going to go right now. My kids, my kids are nerds like me. And we watched Loki together, the 3 of us, because mom was out doing a mom's night thing. And we had a blast watching Loki, and I'll leave it there. And if you want to talk more about Loki, I will be on the Geek the F Out channel, GTFO, with Lucha Johnny, with Kayla, and a host of other awesome people. I think Ryan Dole is going to be there. Yoko is going to be there. I forget, maybe, a bunch of people are going to be there. So we're going to talk about Loki, and I should stop.
What time is that at tonight?
I don't know, 6. I think 6 or 6:30.
6 your time.
I just know that it's going to be enough time because I'm going to take these kids and we're going to continue the Marvel geekiness. We're going to go a couple blocks down the street and watch us some Marvels and then come back. So like, it's a good Veterans Day for me.
That's how it is, isn't it? I forgot about that.
So yeah, and then Sunday, again, we'll be here on the news. So just look out for that. Community tab is the best way. I try my best to be super communicative there. And yeah. All right. So thank you all for rolling through today. Thanks for hanging out with us. Appreciate you, Ed, so much. We'll see everybody maybe Sunday and like tonight at GTFO, Saturday night Oz, all of those things. Cool?
Later, everybody.
Right on, folks. Have a good night or good day.